because he kept going. Now, my brother, you know, when he asked me to be a part of his circle and the knowledge that he shares with these symbols, I didn't have a problem saying yes, because I knew what they meant. I knew where they came from. And I knew that he was doing a good thing with them. When I say that you already know, he would say that to you too. You already know. Because living your everyday life, you do come across a situation where you lose your balance, where you're in nature. Every day, these symbols are part of your life. And when he asked me to be part of it, he said, you carry a chanupa. I said, uh-huh. He said, and you know, all of them symbols are built into that. That's why you carry them. He said, everything that I've learned, you were there when we were learning it. I said, yeah, you know, and so my message is really simple. Is just to be kind and loving every day. It's not hard. What's hard about life is to be a criminal, a drug addict, an alcoholic. So where you're at, you already know. When I tell you, you know, all you have to do is start to remember. Creator talks to all of you. You just have to listen. Go out and sit by yourself out in the trees for 2 or 3 hours and listen. Because when you think you're thinking, you're not thinking, that's him talking to you. That's how he talks to you. When you're loving what you're hearing, it's because you love him and you love what he's telling you, then you love him yourself. It's all this stuff you already know. I told my brother, I said, brother, you know, I went to a couple conferences with him. I think one in Colorado. No, 2 in Colorado. Anyway, it was difficult for me to be, because I'm a pipe carrier. I have been since I was a young man. And for me, the chanupa stands alone. So all the teachings and learnings and understandings that I have about trying to live a good life came from the chanupa and the way that we look at Mother Earth and understanding what love is. When Creator, when he created the earth, he created out of love. When he created the land and the water and all the life that you see in the water and the air, the trees, it's all life, and he did it because he loved it. So when he created you in his image, he gave you that love that he has. So when you go through life, when you see the sky and you appreciate the air and the water and the trees, then you love it. Because without it, we're not surviving. Look, if all the trees on earth were gone, the world would not live. If all the water was gone, the earth, we would all die. Now, if all the people were gone, what do you think will happen to the earth? The earth will live in peace. Though it goes to show you how important the birds are and the trees are and the water. We are not more important than any of them. That's simple to understand. It's easy to understand that. So in our prayers, in a Chanupa way, we're always thankful for that every day. Every day we're thankful and grateful for breathing, for waking up. Because we can live, we can love another day. It's simple. And to be kind, it's not a difficult thing to do. All these symbols that the books were written about, all the interpretations came from this land right here, this home. My nephew and all the spiritual peoples of this land, all those messages came from our ancestors, because that's where they're at. Now, we don't understand those symbols, but they're there. So we ask them and they tell us. But they say, but you already know that. All you have to do is live it. And that's where I used to tell my brother, I don't need to go to those because I already know that. and I'm not saying that you don't know. I'm just saying you know. You know, the thing about my brother and all the people that he's met throughout the country, through all the different conferences, he's always had the mind that's been open to everybody and anybody, the heart that's open to everybody, because he accepted what people had to say in a loving way, and he didn't judge anybody, and he always encouraged people to step up, to do more, and that's probably why you're here, because you are living, you are doing what he brought to your attention through these symbols. I carry them I have a little book, and I know a lot of you, we pay our bills, this is how much money I got, this is what I got to pay and all that, and that's right, it's like, wow, we got to take care of this all the time. Well, I have a little book like that with bills and stuff in it. Then last year, I was like, well, that's not the most important. So I tore those pages out and I put all the symbols in there first. This is what's more important right now. Then I put all my bills way at the end of my book. They're still important, but they're not a priority. And I think a lot of us here, we're older, we're in the age where we have grandchildren and great grandchildren. And the way we think, it changes as we mature. And we're experiencing passings of our relatives more and more. It seems, and with that, with my brother's passings, I was there for my brother Sherwin. My brother Lauren, I stayed home, even though it was like 30 miles away. I could have went and seen him. But I sat and prayed instead, because the way that he lived his life, I knew he's okay, because the many times that we talked, we prepare ourselves our whole life for that day when we get to go home. That's how you live your life. This life, it's important. You know, your truths are important. You know, your bills can be important too if you want them to be important. But what's important to me, what was important to my brothers, to a lot of my relatives that carry chanupas, we prepare our minds and our hearts to meet Creator. Because we're only here, if we're lucky, you know, 60, 70, 80 years, compared to, you know, time doesn't exist there, only exists here. So when I say you already know, you already know what I'm telling you. When your belief is so strong, you don't need to believe anymore. You just know. They say, how strong is your belief? Well, I already know. But I don't need to believe. I already know. Other people need to believe. So you help them to believe what you know. It's like, what's his name? The real smart guy with the hair all over, looks like Joe Plum. What's his name? Einstein? Yeah. That guy, he cracked me up. I think at Einstein, he got asked one time by one of his professors about if he believed in God or Creator or whatever. And Einstein said, oh, I believe there's one. And the professor said, well, can you prove it? He goes, well, I can't prove that you have a brain, but I believe you do. So your belief system is not what you have to see. You know, you just know. You just know. And I think with my brother, you know, my brothers, not just my brothers, Lauren and Sherwin, John, you know, I got relatives, I got grandsons, great grandchildren that carry these ways that I'm so proud of, because they're living it a lot earlier than when I started, because I grew up in a Catholic school. And so when the Freedom Religion Act came, well, that's oh, you know, I'm gonna learn what my ancestors, I look up to them, because that's who I am. I'm a Ihaktewa. I'm not an Indian. I'm not a Sioux. I'm an Ihaktewa of this land. My family is Ihaktewa. And so in that, when my little granddaughter Hazel, she's Ihaktewa. And her name is so pretty. When you ask her what her Ihaktewa name is, she's so proud to tell you. She'll tell you, and when she says it, she's real proud, because she's proud of who she is. She's named after all her grandmas. And I'm proud she's here. She wanted to come with us. So just to load them up. But that's what these ways, these beliefs, what you know is to share as much of it as you can with all the people that you love. And that's what that's what the Chanupa is all about, is to share. You know, I'm not going to give a history lesson on you know, when the other lands come over here, you know, it was just a big lack of understanding and communication, because I think if people understood the kind of loving people that we are, then things would have been a lot different. It's not until today's times and understanding, it's very important, because understanding can bring you closer together, or it could just tear you apart. When people get married, you know, you understand, okay, you want the same things in life. You want these children, you want this home. And so when it comes together and things are good, but somewhere along the way, someone might get a change of heart. So the understanding starts to change. I see it all the time. People together, and minds and hearts change, and they start to understand each other, and they separate because there's an understanding. So understanding can do that too. So through the centuries of misunderstanding, I think today I'm grateful, thankful for all the people that my brother brought together under these conferences, the ceremonies, all the races of people that he brought to our home, you know, from Hawaii and South America, Australia. There's people from all these different countries that come here to pray with us and to dance with us. And I'm grateful for that, because it gives us the opportunity to show you how simple love is. It's easy to say, I love you, I love you, I love you. I could say that all day long. But the thing is, in our language, we never had a word for love. We didn't have one just until like 10 years ago. So how we understood when someone loved us, it was through the actions. It was through how we treated each other. It was always loving. No one had to say it, because it was all loving. We all knew it. Like when I say, you know. That's how strong a love can be. You don't even need to say it, because you feel it. When someone just gives you a hug for no reason, or goes out the way to make you a plate or bring you some water or whatever, you know, they do it because they love you in the simplest form, maybe, or smile at you. All these little things you already know. You know, when I first stood up here, I felt my brother, oh, I don't know if I can talk now. But he always put me in a leadership position all the time, whenever he had the chance. And he'd do it so quickly. Guy, I need you to do it. And I never say no to him for that. I couldn't say no, because he was always so helpful to me. He helped me all the time. Sometimes we ask him to help, and he's helping doing something. So I know he loved me. And my father the same way. You know, myself, Sherwin, Lauren, John were coming from Pipestone one time, and we brought that up to him. Said, Dad, you know, all these years, we've never heard you say, I love you. So I said, Dad, I love you. No response. Sherwin, Dad, I really love you. John, Dad, I really love you. He had no response. Lauren, the same thing. Then my dad just, out of his silence, he's first time, I love you all. That's all he said. Then he told us, we never had to say that before. But he told us at one time in our life. But he said, I love you all. And that's all, that was enough. But we knew it already. The way he raised us, the way he took care of us, all the things he taught us. It was all in a loving way, loving manner. And I noticed when my brother, he asked me to help him at the Sundance over in Iowa. My little brother, he said, don't go over there. It's like, what's that place? Woodstock. It's raining, muddy over there all the time. I was laughing. I said, no, you know, I've been to Sundance where it's just muddy. But I went, and it's the first time meeting a lot of my brother's adopted relatives. You know, I knew that they loved him by the way they treated me. You know, their first meeting, you know, they're going out the way and like giving me hugs and asking me if I want anything and trying to make me comfortable. And it's like, oh yeah, wash day. You guys know. So I was happy to be a part of that. The only thing that I pointed out to my brother was this lot of protocols in the Sundance that I pointed out, that he said, oh, just let it, it's learning. I said, yeah, but in the protocols, a lot of the protocols are for your safety. It's not, sometimes it's like my granddaughter. Yeah, it's okay to play outside. Yeah, you could go play, but don't run all over and jump in cars. And you know, there's protocols. If you're gonna play, okay, we'll play out here where I could see you. So the protocols that are in place for a lot of our ceremonies, it's for health and safety of all of you, because we love you. We want to watch you, make sure that what you're doing, we're supporting what you're doing, and that you're doing it, and everything's going to be good. And when we came back, well, I think the first year home, it was kind of difficult for him, because I told him, I said, there's gonna be a lot of words said, because I think the ceremony is not what we're used to, because there's a lot that needs to be done to protect our relatives. And so he said, that's why I brought it home, because you, grandchildren, everyone can share and teach. Because we all are part of that same system, that same belief, that same knowing. So everything that he shared with the symbols and the knowledge and understandings in the books that even were printed, it's all to help you. I think, there's a difference in learning techniques amongst people. I think the Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere of the world the same way. You got, the Europe and the thought process is different. I think that's what I'm thinking. I don't know, but that's what I'm thinking. Because your left and right brain are they function, they have different functions. So in learning, in our people, learning is not for us sitting in school getting lectured 7 or 8 hours a day. That's not how, people can learn that way. And I've learned that way. I've went through college and graduated. And so I've done that. But I noticed working with the Indian children now is the learning comes through being active in what you're learning. So doing, if you want, our children, they want to do something. They want to use their hands. They want to use their legs. They want to, the sitting is not the best way for our native children sometimes to learn. But it works, it works. I know what's funny, I got a degree in business, and I liked algebra. I was good in algebra and geometry, and a lot of it. So I went to college and I got a degree, but I don't even use some of that knowledge. I don't. It's funny. And then yeah, I'm wearing my beret today because I'm a veteran too. Anyway, I went in the military, and I went in as a pipe carrier. I carry a pipe. Well, I only went in because they allowed me to take my pipe with me. And that was my protection. And so the learning that I got from the military is, they strip they take all your clothes, they shave your hair, and they give you protocols that they have a different language. The wall is not a wall; it's called the bulkhead. They have a whole different language, and so knowing what I know when I went in, it became. I was helping young men in there that were probably the first time away from home. 18, 19, 20-year-old kids that were crying at night. And I'd go to them and I'd help them because I remembered the first time that I was away from my mother and father. I was 4 years old and I got put in a boarding school. And I was there till I graduated. So I knew what being homesick, being without your parent. So I shared what I knew with them, and I helped them to know, to understand that feeling that it's okay. So, but through the military, there's different stages that you go through. And for me, because what I know, the philosophy did not, it didn't, I tolerated it, let's put it that way. I said, okay, well, I signed up for 4 years, so I'm gonna honor my word, my signature, and I'll do it. So I did it. Same, I come back. I went back to school and I got my degree working in casinos. I managed a couple casinos. Okay, now the degree helped me to be a manager because I managed Fort Randall. I managed a casino up north, Watertown. But the thing with that too was where there's money, people change, their thought process change, because when you see money all over, it changes the way you think. You start to think, how can I get my hands on some of that money? And when there's so much money floating around all over, then people try to figure out ways to get it the easiest way they can, and that's through stealing, cheating. And so that philosophy, the mentality didn't jive with what I know. That's not how I want to be. I don't want to be a part of that system. I was a key licensed employee where my status in the casino, I could make decisions that the elected officials couldn't. So they would ask me to do things that were not even right. So that system, I didn't want to be a part of that system. Then I came home and I started working with children. And I started doing child protection work. And I did that for probably 15 years. And I think the more I knew about that, it questioned if I should really be part of that system, because what I saw and what I start bringing up was there's a money issue there, where Indian children are getting taken, and when a child get taken, well, the state office, they'll get on average about $4,500 a month, and they would give a foster parent, $300 or whatever. So when I got into the ICWA at the federal level, I noticed that, but in this state anyway, about 80% of the children were Native American, and they were kept in the system till they were 18. So the state was, getting $4,000 for each kid or whatever, and it's almost like, the stuff all over the news now. But it was done for profit. And so I started an ICWA consortium with all the tribes in South Dakota. And a lot of this stuff was being brought to light. There was, I think, 2 judges in Rapid City that lost their jobs because they were doing that purposely. So again, I changed, but at least I brought some things to light for our people. The other thing is, there's a lot of abuse and neglect, not only in Indian country, but around the whole country. And through these types of meetings, children are a big part of who we are, because we were children one time. Some of us are still think like children, act like children. We have children, we have great-grandchildren. So being a part of that system, to me, is what matters the most. So now I work at a school with, the Indian children from all over the country. They come to the school, and we do our best, to teach them what we know, hoping that it'll change the way they think, the way they behave, the way they live. And so when you live your life day to day, being thankful and grateful, it's good to make people happy. Children, there's a lot of little things that we can do all through our days that, man, you just make you feel good. Just smiling. People react to that. When you say, I love you, people react to that. There's all these little things you can do. And a lot of you do that. Many of you do that. A lot of people that are here do that every day. And the thing about what you know is once you know, then sometimes, this is just me thinking, sometimes you don't have to attend these Star Knowledge conferences. You know what? You can go and you could start a circle of your own. Every one of you could start a circle of your own all over, and everything gets bigger. When you talk about helping the world and the community, whatever you know, you can create. You're all creators. I'm sure my brother told all of you that you're creators. You can create unity, you can create love, you can create trust, you can create whatever you want. You just have to do it. Believe it and know it. That's all you have. That's all you need to know. You have all the tools already. Some of you have been raised by grandmas and grandpas, they taught you a lot of good things. All you have to do is get out and share it. It's that simple. I always heard this story. Well, not really a story. It's a little story. Well, yeah, story. This one chief, he come out of his teepee years ago. He come out of his teepee, and he didn't have a smile on his face, and all he said was, it's hard to be it's hard to be native. And there was people around that heard him and saw him. So they believed it, but it wasn't that way. It was just for that moment that he said that. It wasn't for all, It was just in that moment. He was having a difficult time. So people took it that it's hard to be a pipe carrier. I tell you, it's tougher to be a drug addict or an alcoholic. That's tough. When you carry a good heart, that's all you need. With my brother's teachings, I start listening to on YouTube. I want to see what he's got to say. Now I listen to it like halfway. Oh, I already know that. And I'll go there. I already know that. But yeah, that but it's good to see him. It's good to see him. I love doing that. And then yeah, but I was like, yeah, I didn't know. But yeah, but still his messages are out there. Well, they're not his, they're ours. They're, when we talk about star knowledge, it's the knowledge that we all carry because we're part of the universe. All the knowledge you have is star knowledge. Just because on Earth doesn't mean you're not part of it. You're the universe. I want to mention. I did my latest painting over there by that pillar. Ain't the gold white buffalo calf woman on white buffalo. I painted. I finished, I think, last week or a week ago, week and a half maybe. Anyway, with that painting, it to me it was simple. It's simple. It's Unci Maka and the source of our food, clothing, shelter, buffalo. And the simplicity of that, it's pretty, the background and the mountains and the grass. But in the reflection of the water is the universe of all the knowledge that came through that chanupa. It's part of the universe. All them symbols and everything that came, that we talk about and share over the years, that is where they came from, is out there. In the water, when they say the water is life, that's where the life came from, was that water. The reflection of the water and all the medicine that goes along with it. The chanupa and the teachings and the prayers and the songs and everything is all part of that. And you already know that. So you're listening to a bunch of stuff you already know. So with that, there's there's a lot of vendors here, Eddie and Miss Rivera from Ohio, she stopped in, Anthony. Stop and support the artists, I think yeah, support each other, love each other, because I always tell people, my art, there's a story in each one, and then of course there's a story in every song, there's a story in everything, and all it takes is just to stop and say, well, what is this? And then you'll get a whole understanding of what a piece of art is. So where some, I was telling people, you buy a piece of art, it lasts longer than a house and a car. You take care of it because all it does is just sit there. It just sits there. You got like the Mona Lisa and all these pieces of art that are billions and billions of dollars or millions or whatever, and they've been around forever. They've been around for hundreds of years. Songs the same way. Dances the same way. Prayers the same way. So support what the vendors are here to share with you. I think they all have stories and like the skulls over there. I don't know nothing about no skulls. Lauren, he'd probably tell me if I asked him, and I'm sure I would get a good story about a skull. So yeah. So yes, stop, visit, listen, ask questions, have a good time and love each other. That's all. Thank you. Midaki wase.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our second Star Knowledge Conference here in Pickstown, South Dakota. Under the guidance of Chief Golden Light Eagle, his daughter Nikki Zephier is continuing to promote and continue his legacy here. So we want to just make a strong welcome to everyone. Thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to come and remember family, to reunite with people that you don't remember until you get up close. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Glendra Poe is not here at the moment, I believe. Our next speaker is Thomas Johnson. Thomas, are you going to be ready? Or I'm a little early. Okay, so Thomas Johnson, he has been featured on the History Channel Ancient Aliens segments, and he is from Serpent Mound currently, adjoining the meteor crater that's out there. Tom is a rock man from Michigan. He's been collecting rocks since he was 4 years old, moving to Southern Ohio, met his beautiful wife over here, Terry Rivera, and he collects trilobites from the old seabed of 438 million years old there in that Ohio Valley, Peebles, Ohio. So please, he's got some really great information to share with us. Welcome, Thomas Johnson. Nikki said hi to everybody at the door. She's back there. Wave at her, okay? She gets a little bit shy. We'll get to see her a little bit here and there, okay? Yeah.
That working? Good.
You were to say, right?
Hi, camera. Oh, there it goes. Follow me. Lots of tricks. Well, first off, I'd like to thank everyone for having me here. Nikki, Zephier, thank you for inviting Terry and I. It's been about 12 years since I've been out in this part of South Dakota. And I was actually, Terry was the one that, after I first met her, she wanted me to come out and help Sundance Chief, who was Choctaw, that was living out here. to help build a house for him. And we had a fundraiser, and we raised about $9,000. And we went on to Facebook and we said, hey, anybody interested in learning how to build a house? And there's people came from all over the United States. There ended up being 12 of us, mostly kids that never had a hammer in their hand. And we all met up in Wagner. And in 5 days, we built a house for this gentleman. I believe it's on YouTube, but it was pretty comical, actually. And the guy that we're building it for was actually a retired engineer. And he had built houses on reservations all of his life, and he retired. And he watched us struggle through this whole process of building a house from scrap. And when we got all done, I noticed he had a shed there, and he opened the door and it was full of tools. I said, so how come you have all these tools? He goes, oh, I got them at a yard sale. And then he told me the story. But he wanted to watch us build this house just to see if we could do it. So the joke was on us. It was fun. Anyway, we did that, but that has nothing to do with why I'm here today. Actually, Chief Golden Light Eagle was an integral part of my second part of my life. And I had met him in 2010 at a Star Knowledge conference in Serpent Mound, Ohio. And I came to the conference, and I believe Silver Star was there, along with a lot of other grandmothers. And Terry had invited me. She said, why don't you come on out and speak? And at that time I said, yeah, why not? Because I've done a lot of speaking engagements on my background of geology and paleontology. And we're living on the edge of an asteroid crater there at Serpent Mound. So I said, sure, I'll come out and speak. I had no idea where it would lead me by meeting Chief Golden Light Eagle and all of the other people associated with him. And my first thought was, when I walked into a room and I listened to the grandmothers arguing amongst themselves, I said, do I really want to be a part of this? And I thought, well, they're just talking. And later I learned that's the way they get things done. Their discussion is a little different than my discussion or what I'm used to. So you have to learn the ways. And it took me many years to learn the protocol that the natives used. But I learned so much from it. And to begin with, I was brought up as a Methodist, and my preacher, my minister, he was into archaeology. So at the age of 4 years old, I used to go around the beaches of Lake Erie. My mom was Canadian. And we had a cottage in Canada. I lived in Detroit. And I would go down to the beach, and my dad would go out in a boat and go bass fishing. But he said, you have to sit on the beach and play with the rocks or do whatever. Have fun. I'll be back in a few hours. And on the beach, I'd found this little fossil with a star in it. And I thought, oh, listening to the minister at church, he had a lot to say about Native Americans and their ways, their pottery, things that they use for making pottery, and also taught me a lot about anthropology. And with this little tiny implement that I found, if you will, it was a little pod called a blastoid. It took me till third grade to figure that out. But my third grade earth science teacher said, oh, you have a blastoid, look at this. He was a paleontologist. So he got me pushed into this path of paleontology and studying ancient marine life. But before all that happened, I'm walking down the beach on Lake Erie, and there's this round rock sticking out of the black sand. And I had my brother with me. He's 5. And I said, Chuck, look at that rock. And he went over and he said, that's kind of out of place. I said, well, yes, it is. Look, it has sutures in the top of it. And he said, what's that? And he kicked it. I said, it's a human skull. And it was a human skull. And I picked it up, looked at it, had one eye orbit and part of the top jaw. And we run home, run up the steps on top of this big moraine that we're living top, looking over Lake Erie. And I showed that to Mom, and her eyes got about this big. Where'd you find that? Down on the beach, Mom. So we went down the beach, and there was this big hillside we call Bird Mountain. We call it Bird Mountain because all the little swallows used to drill their holes in the side of the sand. And up the side of this cliff with all the sand was femurs and tibias and vertebrae and skulls. And over the course of 5 years, we picked up 18 complete skeletons off that hillside. And lo and behold, this place where we had it was a cottage. It was a row of cottages. All the neighbors were watching us over the years, dragging these bones back, sorting them out in the backyard, preserving them, because my minister never opened a Bible in Sunday school. He taught us about human anatomy and archaeology. So we glued all these bones back together, numbered them, put them in boxes. And lo and behold, 1960, here come the Ohio Provincial Police, the OPP. And they said, we understand you have some bones. And Mom said, yes, we do. And they loaded all the boxes in their squad cars and they left. 45 days later, they came back and they unloaded all the boxes. And they said, here's your certificate from the University of Windsor. They're carbon dated at 1,100 years old. They're glacial cave. They're prehistoric and they're yours. There's no law protecting them. Because they thought maybe it was a mass burial site from a murder, you know. Little did I know. But anyway, so I took those bones back and eventually we took them over the Ambassador Bridge legally. And at that time, like I said, there was no protection on human bones because it's 1960. And I kept all those bones for all those years. And it's funny because in 1990, I had already moved to Ohio from Michigan. And I had my own little place down a little creek, not far from Serpent Mound. And the Repatriation Act came about, 1990. And all the bones were supposed to be put back in the ground. All the museums, the Smithsonian, all these different state organizations that had skeletons on exhibit had to put everything back in the ground. And so we dug a big pit and we had a little ceremony and we put everything back in the ground. Well, that was the day my nightmare stopped. Because all those years, right up until 1990, I had reoccurring nightmares of hands coming out of the ground trying to grab me. And I never knew what it meant. And I didn't know what it meant until I met Chief Golden Light Eagle. And I met him in 2010. That's 20 years later. And he said, those bones had spirits and you put them in the ground. You did the right thing because now they're happy. So that was a circle. And what I'm trying to tell you today, this is all about circles for me. It's just the way I've lived. I've never known why I do things. I've just happened to follow my intuition, my instincts. And you never know where that's going to lead you. So one thing I learned at an early age was patience. And going back to my early childhood, when I was 4 years old, my mom sat me in the corner of the living room with my other 2 brothers. They were older. And there was Uncle Edward. My mom had 6 sisters. And Uncle Edward was a medium. And at that time, it wasn't a good thing to be a medium because people were not into that type of thing. It was like taboo. And so Uncle Edward sat us down on the floor and he proceeded to tell my mom that I was going to work with the earth. And he gave my mom a diamond ring to give to me at the right time. And he gave my second brother a golden watch, a dress watch. And he said, Chuck is going to be a businessman. And the third brother, Harry, he got a gold pocket watch because he said, Harry is going to work for you. Well, 25 years later, Mom sat us down and she told us a story. And she said, Tom, here's your ring. You're already in the rock business. You love rocks. Chuck is already an engineer. He's still an engineer. He's going around designing computer programs for different corporations. He's 73 years old, but he's still working, flying around the world, working with computers. And my oldest brother retired from the railroad after 20 years. So there you go. My course had already been set, but yet I didn't know it until I was in my mid-20s. And it's funny because my parents never dissuaded me from doing what I wanted to do. They never stepped in my path. They enabled me. And when I was 10, 12, 13 years old, before I could drive, my mom would pack me up in a car, drive me 70 miles south of Toledo, and leave me at a rock quarry for a week or two with my backpack and my sterno stove and my pup tent in a quarry, people blasting and workers everywhere, trucks going back and forth. That was an adventure. And she would come back and pick me up, and I'd have all these great fossils. Today, they call that child abandonment. So you can see how times have changed. All right. Anyway, let me take a little drink here. And don't mind me, I've got quite a bit of vertigo, thanks to COVID. I've been carrying it around for about 1.5 years now. So I call it being drunk for free. But really, it's just part of the whatever went around. I survived. A lot of people did. I know Chief didn't. But Chief reminded me of some interesting people that I had met over the years having a rock shop. I started a rock business in 1978, and in 1978 I was working for General Motors and building Cadillacs. And thank you. And one day I decided that I was not going to work for General Motors. And I went to a rock show in Tucson, Arizona. And I took all these fossils that I had collected all my life at this quarry in Sylvania, Ohio, in Tucson. And I made more in 5 days than I did in a week or in a year at General Motors. I came home with $30,000 in my pocket. And I said, you know what? Here's your tool belt. You could build all the Cadillacs all by yourself. You don't need me. So that's really what kind of started me on this path of the rocks and actually making a living off of sustaining. And I lived on the edge for many, many years in that business, kind of like a starving artist. I think Mr. Guy Zephier could attribute his life to that. He wondered if he could ever make a living doing paintings. And I think if you're persistent enough at something, and you concentrate and put your all into it, you can succeed. It's just you have to have that patience. And I think that's what a lot of the kids today are lacking, is the patience, because they want everything instantaneously. They look at that internet, they go, oh, I want an answer right now, right now, right now. And I learned that I never went to school for any of the studies that I'm involved in. It was all hands-on experience. And I wasn't recognized with my hands-on experience till 1984, when I was approached by the National Museum in Washington to buy some fossils for an exhibit. And everybody at the conference, at this show, were selling them all these beautiful fossils, and they were paying big dollars. And I was really tempted to take them up on the offer. But I said, why don't you just come out to my place in Ohio and I'll show you my collection and you could borrow whatever you want. And the guy says, the curator, he said, well, it's for 25 years. That's a long time to borrow something. I said, that's okay. I figured they'd come out and borrow a few specimens. So I laid out 1,500 specimens in this conference hall on tables, and him and his wife came out and looked around back and forth, and they went to lunch and came back. And I said, so which ones are you interested in? He says, we want the whole collection. I said, well, that's a lot. So I gave them the collection, and they put it on exhibit for 25 years. 200 million people got to see it with my name on it. And that is the first break that I really got in the business, having a recognition by the very best people in the world, saying, okay, we'll take you on, and here's what we'll do in return. We'll give you the galleries back when we're done with the exhibits, and we'll write you grants for whatever you want to do. So here I am, this little kid, my mid-20s, and they went ahead and wrote grants for different research that I wanted to do with the Army Corps of Engineers. And it was all about the state fossil in Ohio, which is the trilobite. For those of you that don't know what trilobites are, yes, this thing. They're the first marine arthropods to have eyes. So they're first eyes on Earth. And there's over 20,000 species of them. And when I started this little venture back in the 50s, late 50s, there was only 7,500 species. So I'm in a you'll never catch it. In other words, no matter how long I study this, I'll never catch up because more and more and more species are being found every day. But anyway, so I got all these fossils back in, let's see, 2011, they finally came back to me. And I built a gallery back in Ohio at our rock shop. And people come from all over the world just to see the trilobites. That's kind of cool. But the whole gist of it, by giving something, by loaning something free, kind of made the expression, I'm here to give you something to look at and learn from and inspire. And that's what my whole life has been. I've been collecting these beautiful fossils and giving them and selling them to different museums. But it wasn't for profit. It was to inspire other people to go ahead and search out and find something for yourself. So that was, it keeps coming back to me. Having this little rock shop, I have people that stop in and they say, you know, and we're from different universities, different doctors and whatnot. And they say, you know, I saw your exhibit back in 1985, and it inspired me to start my own collection, learning how things grew and learning the life habits. And I attribute that to you. I'm going like, wow, there's something really cool. The other part of having a shop is having it for so long now. I think we're going on 27 years with just the shop. When I first started, little kids would come in, and I'd give a little kid a rock, say, here, there's your collection, start a collection. And then 25 years later, they come back with their kids and they have a degree of geology. I'm going like, wow, there's your reward. So you never know what you say to people, how it's going to affect people. Another thing that happened as going a circle, in 1995, I went to Egypt on a world peace mission. And they said, you know where Serpent Mound is? And I said, well, sure. I live 15 miles away. At that time, I was living a little bit further away than I am now. And they said, well, we need pictures of Serpent Mound. So I get in the car, middle of the winter, drove up past this old Victorian house that they'd been working on and restoring for 3 years. And it was for sale. Never owned a house in my life. And I sat in a parking lot across the street, wrote down the number, called up my mom. I said, Mom, this old Victorian is for sale across the street. Do you think I can buy it? And she goes, get it, get it. I go, okay. I went to the bank. They said, no, we can't give you a loan. You're in business for yourself. You know, you don't have no security. You know, you have no, we can't do that. So I got my mom to co-sign for it. And sure enough, she did. And I'll be darned, this first day we pulled up in the driveway to unload everything. Here come the ex-landowner. And he was an undertaker. And he said, have you seen any spoofs yet? I said, what's a spoof? He said, oh, you'll find out. Well, we found out the house is haunted. But it's funny because the house isn't haunted because the house is haunted. It's haunted because of the ground that we're sitting on, which leads me to this asteroid crater. We're sitting on the very edge of a 5-mile wide asteroid crater made 300 million years previous, before the Appalachian Mountains were even there. And at that time, it was a seabed. And when this asteroid struck, it drove a hole through the sea bottom 6,000 feet deep, solid rock. And I brought up some samples. We can pass them out, or we can just take them over there and grab them at the table if you want. But it's called breccia. And within that breccia, there is cobalt, chromium, nickel, iridium, iron, and zinc. Now, when this asteroid hit, it created an anomaly by taking out the sea bottom 6,000 feet deep and changing all the magnetics. So you can imagine the magnetics in a 5-mile wide area have been disrupted. So understanding the magnetics of the Earth and geology, every layer of the Earth has a magnetic polarity. In other words, it has its own signature because the plates of the continents are constantly moving. So when this fossil or this organism was laid down in the ocean, when it died, it's facing one direction. There's a signature in the rock. There's your north. But when you take and move those polarities, when you break them, you create an anomaly. So 5 miles wide, we have what they call a vortex. And the whole ground is full of magnetic anomalies there. So it's not only us that is haunted, it's Serpent Mound, because it's 3 miles, it's inside of the asteroid crater. And the way we know this is by what happens at Serpent Mound. And some of the strangest things happen there is that when people go there and give an intention, it's immediate. Some of the different services or ceremonies that we've done there over the years, people would form a circle, 200 people, and we're all praying. And somebody would say, look up. Right, looks up, there's a perfect serpent mound in the sky, but there's no clouds. And you go like, ooh, that's cool. Homann, if any of you knew who Homann was, he came there and did a flag ceremony, or not a flag ceremony, a skull ceremony. We're all at the head of the serpent, and there are 13 skulls laid out there. Somebody said, look up, look up. There's a perfect skull in the sky, but no clouds. And then Homann came back later and did another ceremony. And we were at the spring. There's a spring right below Serpent Mount, which leads me to that big green or blue jug over there. There's 5 gallons of Serpent Mound spring water. So hopefully every one of you will get a drink of that, because that's live water. That's what we drink. And we're down there at the spring with a gentleman from Hawaii. His name was Reynolds. He came to one of our conferences. He was a kahuna. And he blessed the spring. And we're all standing around it doing this little ceremony. This big rainbow shot across the sky, but there's no clouds in the sky. And where was the rainbow? Right over top of where Homann was doing a ceremony with 1,000 people. And it's like, ooh, that was really powerful. Well, a couple years after that, Reynolds calls up Terry and says, Terry, go out to Serpent Mound. And they're going to call in some ships. Well, Reynolds could see ships, kind of like Chief Goldenlight could. He was something. He could see ships when you can't see them, he could see them. He said, they're there, they're right there. And so Reynolds said, go out to Serpent Mound and sit there in the evening. We went out there. It was kind of like drizzling. I took Terry's daughter out there, Aurelia, and a gentleman from West Virginia who worked on the Chandra telescope. He was an astronomer and an engineer, and his wife, little One Star. And we sat out there by the spring, and it got dark. And we're sitting there. And I said, Aurelia, sit on the edge of the spring. There's a big cement crock there. Sit on the edge of the spring, we'll take a picture. And my camera flashed. There's nothing in the background. There's no houses, just a big ridge. We got back. Well, after we sat there for about an hour, I got to finish the story, but the cloud cover was real low, and 7 lights came in below the clouds and circled and left. And I said, thank you, Reynolds. You just validated your ideas that there was going to be ships, because he said he could call them in. Went back and put that drive on the computer. And right in back of Aurelia, against the backdrop, was a perfect triangle of 7 ships. I said, okay. So those are the kind of things that I've been involved in and that have made me a believer. I guess it's through validation. And it's just, there's just so many stories. We did a spring equinox sunrise ceremony at Serpent Mound. And there was probably about 20 of us there to watch the sunrise. It was cold. And Chief was there, of course, leading the ceremony. And we did some prayers. It was really cold that morning. And I said, you know, I'm going to go back to the car. He says, well, I'm going this way, you go this way. And it was equal distances. And I practically run back to the car. When I got back there, Chief was sitting in the car with the window rolled down, the motor running, and a cigarette half smoked. I said, what is that all about? Well, he knew something about time and shape-shifting, if you will. And it made me think. I said, what is time? How is he back there in the car, sitting there with a car warmed up with the cigarette half smoked? And he wasn't out of breath. It was like he'd been sitting there for half an hour, but he was just there with me 5 minutes previous, if that. So that's the kind of things that that he taught me. And it just takes me back. And the other part that he taught me was about how the earth is alive. And being into paleontology and geology, I looked at everything as inert. Okay. And sure enough, in 1976, I was on a dig in Clarksville, Ohio, with a bunch of paleontologists, and we were documenting a site. It's called systematic paleontology. And you'd write down the numbers of everything as you would find it. You'd write down a position, a depth in the formation, a direction, genus and species. So here I am, it's lunchtime, and I'm sitting here writing in my book, Isotylus, 8.5 inches long, 5.25 inches wide, 16 inches off the base, facing north. And I don't know why I wrote that down. And I went to lunch. An hour later, I came back. We pulled a big slab out, put it up on its side, about a 400-pound rock. And I took my hammer and my chisel, went tink. And there was a trilobite that I had described an hour earlier. The biggest trilobite of the dig. And it was like, these things are talking to me. But I didn't know why until I met Chief. And Chief said, don't you know everything's alive? The earth is alive. It's all connected. So I think if you work with something long enough, you actually get a chance to experience that. And the other story that's connected with that is my friend, childhood friend, Leon. Tyson, who now lives in a quarry in Oklahoma as a hermit digging trilobites. We were in the Marble Mountains in the Mojave Desert. And this is 1980, probably 83. And we're digging Cambrian trilobites that are the oldest ones. They're like 550 million years old. And we're sitting there eating breakfast before we go up to dig. And he said, Tom, so I had this dream last night. And he said, I found this trilobite. It was the biggest trilobite I've ever seen. It was like 8 inches long. And it had part of the head sheared off on the left side. And it was Olanellus. He described the species. And I said, well, that's a cool dream. We went up the mountain. We started digging. About lunchtime, he started hooping and hollering. He says, Tom, come here, look at this. There was the trilobite that he found in his dream. To the T, it was perfect. I said, all right, there's your validation. Now I know there's something to this. So since that time, that's happened several times to me, especially with the big trilobites. For whatever reason, I've driven to a place. Terry's daughter witnessed that. If you find anything, right? But sure enough, that trilobite must have been talking to me because I turned around, made a U-turn and went back and went to the exact spot where the trilobite was and said, there it is. So those are the kind of things that make you go, there's more to this than meets the eye. And so that's the way this whole thing has been. When Chief married us in 11-11-11, at 11-11 in Cahokia, Chief and Blue Star and Walking Bear and Gray Eagle were all there. We were on stage. We got married with the pipe. And of course, you know, when you get married with the pipe, that's forever. It's not like the marriage certificate. And when I got married, Chief handed me a microphone and he said, is there anything you want to say to Terry? And I said, I've traveled across the universe to find you. Still gets me, right? And I don't know why he said that. It's just strange. It just popped in. Well, it wasn't a week ago. A man walked in the shop. His name was Rune Darling. He's a Viking. His whole lineage goes back to being a Viking. And he looked in my eyes and he said, I'd never seen this guy before. He said, you're a starman, aren't you? I said, am I? He says, yeah, I used to be a captain of a starship. I said, oh, really? I said, I wonder if that's why I told Terry I traveled across the universe to find her. So there was another circle. It's just things like that just really take you back. But this thing with Fumi, okay, Fumi Johns, are you here? There you are. Fumi Johns. You came to us a few years ago. What's been about 4 years ago? And we started doing flag ceremonies. And what were the flag ceremonies about? May peace prevail on earth. And here I am in this place in Ohio. I came there because of World Peace Mission in 1996, going to Egypt and learning about that mission. And then just 5 years ago, we get a hold of Fumi and she says, let's do a flag ceremony at Serpent Mound. There's another circle. Another circle completed. And here we are today doing another one. But that's the way this whole thing has worked out for me. And I just want to share that with you, that you got to pay attention to these little messages that you get and follow your heart, follow your instincts, your gut, if you will, and it'll lead you places. But you have to really be patient to wait for those few little instances that point you in that direction. And the rest of it is history, I think. Who knows what the next circle is going to be, but I'm looking forward to it. And that's all I have to say about that. But if you have questions, I'll be glad to answer. The Serpent Mound was, well, there's a lot of people wondering about that. Science says that it was built in 350 BC by the Adena, which were the mound builders. And they came across the Gulf of Mexico. Serpent Mound is influenced by the Olmecs, Okay, the Olmecs started about 10,000 years ago with the sun worship idea. Okay, you're going to worship the sun. It gives you something. You can see it. You can feel it. It gives you food. And they were farmers. Okay, Serpent Mound is a calendar for farming. It's for solstice and equinox, sunrise, sunset, and it faces towards the day of rebirth, June 21st. Hence, a lot of people come to Serpent Mound to get a new start. And I see that a lot in the shop. I say, well, why are you here? Well, I don't know why I'm here. I just got a divorce or somebody died. You know, it goes on. And they're looking for a new start. So I believe that's what Serpent Mound is. But I believe the builders were from South America, and they came across the Gulf of Mexico, infiltrated North America via the river systems, and built over 100 Serpent Mounds in North America. So if that answers your question. But there's other speculation, like Graham Hancock on Ancient Apocalypse on the Netflix series. He came to Serpent Mound and he said, oh, it may have been built 18,000 years ago. And it's plausible because the glacial ice sheet was still in place over North America, but Serpent Mound and everything east of there in the Appalachians was green, and there were civilizations living there at that time. So it is plausible that they were there. Now, were they actually farmers? No, I think they were hunter-gatherers. So they really had no purpose for building a calendar, if you will, for planting and harvesting. So that's the other part of it. But the people that are in charge of Serpent now actually kicked him off of the site and banned him because of the way he thought, which is sad because they don't have an open mind and they're not open to other people's opinions, which are really valuable. That's how people progress. Move on. What else? Yes.
Can you talk about the crystal skulls that you brought?
Yes. Yes. Do I want to talk about them?
Yeah.
All I know is that working with the rocks, okay, every color has its own frequency. And what I've learned about crystals and rocks since I've been working with them is that give a blind man a rock and he can tell you what color it is. How does he do that? Through frequency. And hence the whole circle of how they affect the chakras of your body. Each chakra has a different frequency. So in crystal skulls, the way I was explained to it, there was different crystal skulls made for different parts of your body. There's apparently 13 levels of the conscious mind, and each skull has a different effect on that part of the conscious mind. Other than that, I just know they're cool. Well, yeah. The first time I met Mitchell-Hedges' crystal skull was in 1962. I was in Detroit. I was 10 years old. And it was at the Langhorne Armory. It was at a rock show. Come on, Mom, we're going to the rock show. And so we went there, and Mom gave $1 for the lecture of Anna Hedges, the girl that found it, Mitchell-Hedges' daughter. And at that time, that skull was in a glass cube. And you couldn't touch it, you couldn't photograph it, you could just look at it. I thought, well, this is really cool because it was a work of art. I was already in lapidary, knew how to cut polished stones. And I left it at that, listened to her lecture, it was pretty cool. And then, well, it was about 4 years ago, Bill Homann contacted Terry and said, how would you like to have the Mitchell-Hedges skull at your event? And he brought that out, and I thought, wow. And he said, you can put your hands up close to it and feel it, sit down. And when I did, that skull came to me and went into my heart like a long lost friend times 1,000. In other words, it was natural, but unnatural. And I started crying uncontrolled. And it was this feeling of love. And I thought, well, maybe that skull remembered me from when I was a little kid. Who knows? But, I left it at that. And then this past spring, it came back to the conference again. And when I walked in that room, I'd been outside vending, and I walked in that room and I could feel that, man. As soon as I walked close to that, it was like, wow. And then I had to tell that story, of course. But that skull has a lot of energy to it. And I've never felt an energy like that from a rock in all my life. That was just, it was an amazing piece. And whoever made it, they were brilliant. You know, wasn't done with the laser. It wasn't done with any machinery. Whoever created that, it was in their mind and it was created. So, yeah. Anybody else?
Talk about crop circle.
Hmm.
I know it's
Oh, good. Well, there is a crop circle across from Serpent Mound. Actually, it's right near the spring where that water came from. And that crop circle occurred in 2003, August the 14th, I believe. And the night that the crop circle was made, there was a violent thunderstorm. And we were on a ridge about 8 miles away doing a community drumming, a couple of hundred people. And everybody was taking pictures. And the funny part about it was this lightning storm came in about midnight and everybody left because we didn't want to get hit by lightning. This was the most violent storm I've ever seen with lightning. So we all left, and the next morning, I think it was Delcy Wilson or somebody called up and said, go down to Serpent Mound. Right down below Serpent Mound in the field, in a soybean field that was knee high, there was a crop circle, 276 feet across. And the eye of the crop circle was pointing right across the head of the serpent. And the interesting part is there's a fault line that runs right through there, across the crater, goes across the uplift, all the way over to Route 41 that meets another fault that comes down Route 41 right past her house. And the funny part about that was that night everyone was taking pictures. And when people started getting pictures back and looking at them, there was thousands of orbs in these pictures, and they had geometrical patterns in them. And the man that runs that drumming site kept an album just for that reason. So whatever made that crop circle, it was done in a thunderstorm, and there was some kind of energy that started around midnight. And for whatever reason, it was formed in that field. And they did studies on it. And they found out that Bob and Ted weren't out there stringing a board. It was made by something that we have no idea about. But there has been people talk about seeing the orbs around the field, the blue orbs. And the lady that owns the property, Molly Williams, across the street where the spring is, her mom actually passed away in that house the night of the crop circle. So there was some connection with Molly and the grandmother of the mother and whatever was going on. And that's the same field that we photographed the UFOs, if you will, that came in. So there's something magical about that area. And I think a lot of it has to do with the magnetic anomalies that have opened up a gate there, if you will, and allows things to happen. Even our dollar store is haunted, which is really funny. We had a haunted house across the street. They tore it down. It was a little cow pasture. And lo and behold, here comes this dollar store. Well, the first thing you know, they opened it up, and the manager used to be a customer in the shop. And she came over and she said, you know what? She said, we opened up today, and there's a big bottle of laundry detergent was on the top shelf, and it fell off all by itself and exploded on the floor. And here's the video of it. So we posted that online. But ever since then, there has been nothing but problems over there. And whoever is doing it, the same people that haunt us, I'm sure, they're just comical. They want attention. They do little games. They make things disappear and they bring them back. I mean, this has happened time. I could go on and on about the things that have happened there, but it just kind of reminds you that, yes, there is another realm. There's a lot going on there. And would you please pay attention to us? And that's what we do. We kind of humor them and we say, okay, we know you're here, acknowledge them, everything's fine. The people that lived in the house before I bought it, the undertaker, when he pulled in that driveway and said, have you seen any spoofs yet? Well, he abandoned that house 25 years previously because they couldn't take the spirits and they were run off by it. And they were very religious people. And so I think the religious aspect of it really has something to do with they were afraid. There was a lot of fear there, and they couldn't deal with what was going on there with the spirits. Where the other says, Terry and I, we're like, yeah, it's kind of funny, you know. So we have 14, we have 14 cats, okay? And there's doppelgangers here, okay? I'm seen more than once on the property when I'm in the shop or I'll be outside at the same time. It's happened to Terry, it's happened to numerous people. And they're in 3 dimensions, it's really cool. But the other night, this is only a couple of weeks ago, I'm sitting in the bedroom and I got one cat, her name was Ruth, named her after my mom. And she always comes to the door and wiggles the handle to come in. I opened the door and in comes Ruth. She didn't say anything. Went right into the bathroom, started eating, or so I thought. Went and sat back down in the bed, and 5 minutes later, hit the door. Well, wait a minute. Open the door, and here comes Ruth. Wait a minute. And this time she was talking to me. So even the cats are doppelgangers. So it's not only people, but you have to laugh at it. You got to like, okay, now they're really messing with me. So that's where we live. And it's just a reminder that we're not alone. There's a lot of people around us, spirits all the time, just like Chief. He's there, he's guiding us. You really can't call them spirit guides, but they're actually, it's just nice to acknowledge that it's there and to have an open mind to accept it and say, okay, and talk to them. You know, maybe they'll talk back and tell you something important. No, other than my uncle was chief of police in Roswell. That's just another problem. That's another circle. Okay, my uncle Art, my mom's oldest sister, Eva, was married to Art Brocious, and he grew up in Roswell, New Mexico. He was in charge of the Japanese internment camps in 1942. He became chief of police in Roswell in 1945. Okay, when Roswell went down, apparently he knew what was going on, but he never spoke of it. And maybe he was threatened. That's all I can assume. But his actions speak louder than words, because I used to go out there and visit him every summer. Mom would fly me out there or drive me out there to Roswell to meet Uncle Art and the family. And he would take me all around New Mexico and show me all the cool stuff that had to do with air defense and missiles. Why did he do that? Took me to White Sands, Alamogordo. And I learned all about the Goddard Space Center and how missiles were designed and all that. And I never really thought too much about it until I was drafted in 1972. I was the last draftee, by the way. So I went in, and lo and behold, I think old Uncle Art was pulling strings because I went into air defense. And I got to learn all about those things that went across the radar screen that you didn't see. You didn't see that. Okay, I didn't see it. But it's funny because I learned that there are other things out there, UFOs, and you're told not to see it. But yet he never, of course, he passed away, and I never got to ask him about Roswell. But when we were going to Roswell back in the 60s, there was never any talk about UFOs. That's just a new thing that, you know, in the last 20 years that people started building it up, and is it out there? So what's funny is the acknowledgement from the government is, oh yeah, they're real. But have they apologized to anybody? Because a lot of people, they think you're crazy. And, you know I'm not crazy. I've seen some pretty cool things. Yes, Terry. Terry, you want to say anything? I think I covered it. Pretty much so, yeah. But no, really, life is just about circles, and it's nice if you can witness those circles and put them together. It might take 20 or 30 years, but you get the answers eventually. Yes, sir.
Mentioned falls. You mentioned falls. You know, falls.
Yes.
They're not circles. They tend to be very simple. Can you comment? Can you comment just as a geologist, like in your experience?
Well,
Any observations?
yeah, oh, yeah.
When they move,
The fault lines, and it's not just in Ohio where there's a fault line, there happens to be Serpent Mound. The first example I've seen of how fault lines affect things is in Fort Worth, Dallas, I-35. And you can be driving down I-35. All right. Have you ever witnessed pouring rain on one side of I-35 and dry on the other? Well, because there's a fault line going right down the center. And so that affects weather. It has a lot to do with magnetic anomalies. And it does the same thing at Serpent Mound, the crater. Storms will come across from the west predominantly. And it's like they get up right to the edge of it, and then they stop and they go around it or they dissipate. And the first example I seen of that at Serpent Mound was on the Weather Channel. And I'm sitting there watching these color-coded green and then red. It's getting really violent, and it gets right to where I am at the edge of the crater, and it turns brown. It's gone. I go like, what happened there? And I started talking to the farmers. The farmer said, you know what? Our crop yield inside the crater is less than outside of the crater. Of course, they didn't know there was a crater there at that time. It was called a crypto explosion structure. But it's just, for whatever reason, those magnetic anomalies actually affect weather. They, at Serpent Mound, I've seen it affect cars, computers, and batteries, where people will be driving rental cars from out of town. They park somewhere in the crater and the battery goes dead. They got to call up the tow company. And I know the guy at the tow company, AAA, right across the street. He said, there's nothing wrong with that battery. It's fine. I just had to charge it up. Alternator's fine. Why? Well, the energy got sucked out of that battery. And we've documented a lot of that as we go along. And it just at the last conference we had. What was the fall equinox conference? I told people, I gave a little talk. I said, when you get out of your car, make sure you take your keys with you, because sometimes your door locks will lock automatically. And I've had that happen. I've seen that a lot. And I'll be darned if Baba Jabal come over to my booth and he said, you said take your keys with you, and I left them in my car, and my car doors are locked. Got to get my keys out. So it happens all the time. Oh, when ancient aliens, we did some for ancient aliens, and it was funny because we went out into the crater, and they put the fresh battery packs in there. Okay, start talking. You're on, and they'd say, oh, "Wait a minute, our batteries went dead." It wasn't 5 seconds, and their batteries were drained. And they changed 3 different sets of packs, and they kept getting drained and drained and drained. And they ended up going back to my shop to do the interview because they couldn't get any footage out in the field. So their batteries kept draining on them. So that's, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah. There's your proof. No, but it does. Fault lines actually affect a lot of things. We don't know how they affect people physiologically. I've yet to get any students from different universities, because we do.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. We're going to be starting just about 2 minutes. I want to introduce you next to Perry Joe Little, Wambdi Wachi, Dancing Eagle. He is in Hangpan Tawan and Shichangu. That is Dakota Lakota. He is he's keeper of Sacred Horse Society. He is former staff keeper for the Dakota 38, and he is a current staff keeper for the White Stone Hill Massacre. He's going to talk to us about Horse Nation, brought back to the people to help heal the nation. Also serves as council, newly elected Business and Claims Committee in Yankton. Personal experience with Star Nation during the riots. He's going to talk about that. Hi, family. Opening for him is Joe Plum. He's going to do another small poem for us. So welcome, Joe Plum, the bard, and then Perry Joe Little. Thank you.
Perry asked me to do this, so I will. Okay, he's a horse person. Okay, to run at the shadow, to buck at the bite, to shy from the whip is every good horse's right. A riderless steed, content with herself, has no need to look to anyone else. Long before dawn's glorious light, there are canyons made to be raced in the dead of night. Alive in the feeling of falling apart, there is a pathway to paradise leading through a hole in the heart. So keep the sun at your back when you look darkness in the eye. Move through this life as though you're bound to die. Freedom comes from not holding your own thoughts too close. In being alone, the body is groomed into becoming a spirit host. Through a marriage of earth and sky, the eternally unchanged is formed into you and I. Essentially the same, though separate at the start. Now, no longer 100,000 lifetimes apart, is the fulfillment of the mind by the function of the heart. Thoughts will not convey, nor emptiness hide how deep these feelings to dwell inside. By condensing and then evaporating elements of both dark and light, a sacrificial beauty is brought to life to be offered up in the twinkling. The dimensional implosion of a registered style, lightning strike within a smile, the question whose answer is balanced all at once on your ability to decide what impulses coincide with elements derived from within the mother ocean of your natural mind. Spirit nations wait at this moment for your reply.
Good evening. Hamidaki ape. Chante washte nape choose apido. Wambdi wachi amachi ape. I am a 58-year-old Itancan, a single parent of 5 children that I raised along with my horses and my people here in our lands. I wanted to welcome you tonight, and this is my first time, so bear with me. I'm newly elected on our council. We have another one back here, another man, Justin Songhawk. He's another newly elected gentleman back there. Everybody give him a wave. He helps keep our people together, keep our nation strong. And I want to acknowledge Guy, Paul, and Carol, my relatives there, for bringing their art here, and everybody really for bringing all your artistic values here tonight. What I wanted to talk about tonight was some of the rides that we do. We travel around all over. We recently just got done with a Whitestone Hill ride. It was our 4th year. We start from Santee, Nebraska, and we ride to Whitestone Hill, North Dakota. It's a 9-day ride. We camp out all the way. we heard about this a while ago with my Hunka dad, Jim Helen. And we looked into it because we educate people on the real true history of our people instead of the lies that were written. And this is just one of many that we brought to light. And we got all of our, we got everything that, the true events, you know, that took place and compiled them. And year after year, we wrote and talked with the elders and things like this, but it's okay to do what we were doing. And I work in the prison, so I get to go in there and talk to them. And we asked them to make us a staff. So they made a really nice one. And anyway, we started our journey from Santee, and it's really beautiful. In the morning, we circle up, we load our pipe. It's usually my pipe, the horse pipe, and then we'll pray, and we'll begin our ride, whether it may be the young boys or the old men. But there's always a mixture of each in there, and the women and the girls. But anyway, every morning the day starts like that with prayer, and we ride all day. And stuck in that prayer leading to our destination. And anyway, this ride here, this year we got there, we've been talking to historians, everybody about what took place back then. And they agreed with what we talked about and what we wanted to do. There's a big monument there, and it says the Battle of Whitestone Hill, 1862. It was 3 days of nonstop killing. And there were soldiers killed, but it was friendly fire. And there were over, I don't know, like more than Wounded Knee, if you know about Wounded Knee. But anyway, we found the true thing, the facts, and we came every year to ride. And this year they agreed with us, and the signage is gone now. So we got to rewrite history the true history of what took place there in Whitestone Hill. So if you ever go there, you'll notice that the story is different. Now, it's not a battle, it's what really happened. And our next goal is to take down the towers. You got big pillars up and representing these guys that murdered these women and children. So we don't think that's right, you know. So we'll work on that, but you know, we just keep praying for the ones that did this. It's not their fault. It's the way they were raised, brought up, the mentality of we're bad people, you know. But that's why I brought the horse back, to teach my kids the right way. And them are a very powerful medicine that helps. Anyway, we do other rides all over. On the 150th anniversary of the Dakota 38, that the staff was passed on to me. And I carried that for 1 year. And anyway, we did another ride from Santee to our governor because our women are missing and nobody's saying anything. And there's no Amber Alerts, there's nothing like that goes on the news until you hear that 17 are missing in 1 day, you know. Where'd they go? Why don't you say something? So we ride to the governor every year. It's our 9th year, will be next year. We're going to go till she will answer us or give us some support to help us protect our women. But anyway, about 5 years ago, we were coming through from Santee. We go through here. We come to Greenwood as our first stay. We camp out, we have a sweat usually. Then we travel up to Whitestone, up to Gary, elk soldiers there. And we camp out there for a couple of days. And then we go on up the river because we follow the river all the way to our destination. And anyway, we go to Peace Creek, and then there's Scalp Creek. And we get up by Chamberlain, and there's American Creek. You know, we get all these little destination points along the river where we stop and pray and do our thing, and then people are curious of what we're doing, you know. Anyway, at Scalp Creek, my ate, we were coming in, 5, 6, 7, 8 trailers full of horses coming down, and there's a man stopped us on the road, he had a gun and redneck looking. He said, "Hey, what the hell are you guys doing on my land and my road, whatever, So one of our riders said, "Hey, we're borrowing it. Your grandpa borrowed it from my grandpa. We're borrowing it back, Anyway, we went through, and we get down, and the women are down setting teepees up and getting camp ready and supper and all that. The kids are playing. And Ate said, "Hey, check this out." So we get down there, and I look, and right above where we were coming in, right above us, there was a big ship, a whole bunch of little ones around it. So, he said, we didn't say nothing to anybody else, just kept it in here, So we go on farther. We get up to American Creek in Chamberlain. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but that's where the big statue of the woman is, the dancer, Dignity. But we stop at a family of relatives up there, the Pickners. They have a little ranch on top before the Sundance grounds over here. It's all hilly and river and really nice. So, and once again, a car pulled up, curious of what's going on. They see we see kids, we see teepees, horses, all these things. We're just curious what you're doing. My son is a photographer. Anyway, we explained what it was, what we're doing, and she said, "I mentioned he's a photographer. You want to take a look at this?" She brought her camera up to me and my dad, and same thing, big old shit, man, right there above us again, bunch of little ones all over. So anyway, we leave there, we go on, we camp where I Sundance at Big Hand down at Crow Creek. We camp out there and have a good night. We sweat, get up, we go to Old Fort. That's where when the Quota 38 were hung, the women, and marched them back to there, some of them. Some came up the river, but he's calling me. But anyway, he told me I forgot something. No. Anyway, we get to Old Fort, and when you get to Fort Thompson, some families, they have hard times, so they have their little rummages going. And we always go there, to pick up something to help them or help us, Anyway, at that time, my boy needed riding pants, so we stopped, found some, and there was a lady, my sister, Mona Raincounter. She said, "Perry, check this out, Last night when you guys were down there setting teepees in camp, we were up here by these graves of all the kids that were, they're all buried up there in the hills. So we're up here watching you guys and we're taking pictures, and check this out. Same thing, big shit, bunch of little ones again, And after that, we had finished our ride, and it was just amazing how, I don't know what was going on, but they were curious. I don't know, but they were with us, with our journey and our what we were praying about. So I just wanted to mention a little bit of that. And I want to go back to when we rode with our governor, Christy Nome. It was a hard decision to make at that time, because we had things going on with her. People were banishing her from their tribes. And, and they were asking me, I got to answer, what do we do? Ask the elders, what should I do? It's up to you, So I said, well, she has kids, maybe someday, I hate for it to happen, but maybe, she'll understand if something happens to her, So anyway, we ride with her to the Capitol that morning, along with ex-chairman of the Sistuan tribe. Like I said, in the morning, we circle up, we have our pipe, we're all going, singing. Her horse would not enter. I bucked her off. It's going wild and not connecting with what we were doing. So anyway, we just left. Just a person like us, so we just left. Anyway, they come and they caught back up. And the guy that her tribal relations guy, he fell off on the highway there. You know, we helped him up, put him back on, and he kept going. But yeah, her horse wouldn't cooperate with what we were doing. I don't know if it was her heart that was telling this horse, you know, this ain't right. But it had to be, because she lied to me all the way, you know. Said she was going to help us. And then that year they took the Ochete Shakoi standards out of our schools, saying that we didn't need them, you know. And she was just telling me, we're going to get all these things in place for you guys, you know, after this. But anyway, that year, that chairman, he called me, he said, Perry, you know, after you left, there was a farmer, his tractor went in down there by the river, and they were pulling it out, and there was a car in there. In that car, there was a girl from Rosebud, been missing. We found her, you know. So power of prayer, strong. But I want to just tell you a little bit. There's a lot of stories, you know, but connect with us and go ride with us, and you can experience these things, you know. It's real. And I want to thank you guys, though. I want to say about that much. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Perry Little. Very moving and emotional, especially with regard to the women and children missing. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do we still wear red on Fridays? Okay. All right, that might have changed a little bit over time. I know that there was certain purposes. Patricia Dancing Elk Wells is up next. She's a natural intuitive who within her spiritual community wears many different hats. She's a class facilitator, public speaker, artist, retreat leader, spiritual mentor, publisher, and author. She's got 3 books, and spiritual expansion is on the 4th one is on the way. So I'm going to welcome, with all of your help, Patricia Dancing Elk.
I have my timer. So I'm not really good with microphones. You may have to help me. Can you hear me? Good. So my name is Patricia Dancing Elk Walls. I am a part of this family, I hope. I think I am, and part of the community. I've known the Drapos and the Zephiers for probably 30 years. And I just wanted to share a story with you about Grandpa. I call him Grandpa Lauren because I've known him that long, and that's how I was introduced to him. And so when I first met Grandpa Lauren was down in Denison at Sweat Lodge at the Bowers house. And he had come down for ceremony. And we were all sitting around, and he brought out his video recorder, his camcorder, and a tripod. He said, I want to show you guys something. And we thought, okay, you know, so he went out, and we watched him go outside, and he set up his tripod and his video, his camcorder, and he pointed it above the house, right? We thought, okay. And so he came back in the house, and we all sat around and talked for about 30 minutes or so. And then he went out and he picked up his camera, his camcorder, and came back in and plugged it into the television. This was a long time ago, people, right? And so he started playing this video that he had just recorded. And it was, he had filmed the roof of the house just above the roof. And we could see every once in a while, there were streaks of light that would go up from the roof of the house. And we thought, what is that? Right? So he just watched us. You know how he was. He just watched us with this amusement on his face. And we were all like, what is that? What is that? And he just kept watching us. Watch the TV, he said, right? So we were watching it, and every once in a while, another streak of light would go up from a different part of the house, from the roof. And after it ended, he said, we call those, I think he said thought rods. Nikki, do you remember what he called them? Yeah. Well, I remember he called them thought rods. So we're going to go with that one. But he said that he had been doing some research and that he had found that there were rods. There were rods of light that would go up from above the building when people would have different thoughts. Frequencies, right? Frequencies made real. And he told the story that he had been doing this work for a long time, doing this research, and he had a website. And unfortunately, it got shut down because he got too close. And that was my first introduction to him and his work, and that he was doing this amazing work, bringing all of this wisdom and knowledge that had been hidden from us. And I don't think that anything ever happened with that research because, like I said, it got shut down. But maybe some of you remember that, maybe you don't. But I had known him for a long time, and the Drapeau and the rest of the Zephier family. I never met you, so I was glad to hear your speech. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm here today to share with you about light language. And so I wrote a book, if you want to read the whole story, because I don't have that long, and I'm long-winded. I stumbled across what we call light language, the language of light, around 2014. And I found it very interesting. And I was going to England, and I had met a sister who was also going to be there. She lived in Wales, and she was transmitting this code of light, this light language. Does anybody here know what light language is? Good. And how many of you are actually consciously transmitting light language? Good. What I found in my research of it, that probably around 2012, there was a massive influx of energies, awakenings, right? And a lot of people came online with what we know to be the language of light at that time. A lot of them didn't know what they were transmitting. They were either writing the symbols like this, or they were speaking it with what we're calling dialects, because as human beings, we have to name everything, right? And so they were speaking what we call dialects, and some were singing it. Some were moving their hands, doing what some have named mudras, because again, we have to name everything. And then some were using or transmitting the language of light through dance, right? Sacred dance. Also, what are the other ones? And then there's just emitting the codes. So how many of you are Reiki masters, right? And so you were taught in your classes, hopefully, you were taught that it's really not necessary for you to actively transmit Reiki, that you become a conduit. You give permission. In getting that activation, you give permission to become a hollow bone, a channel for that healing energy. And Dr. Usui named it Reiki, but it was here long before that. But in that class, you were taught that sometimes you'll find that there's someone in your vicinity that's sick, and you'll notice that your hands heat up for absolutely no reason, or your entire body, you just break out in a sweat and you don't know why. And they explain to you, I hope, that is because there's someone in the vicinity that is sick, a person, a place, or a thing that needs your frequency, needs your energy. And so you don't have to actively go and lay hands, you just simply emit that energy. Light language is the same. The last way that it's transmitted by people is it's simply emitted from you. So how many of you have noticed that someone may say when they're around you, they just feel better? You know, when your kids are sick, of course, Gary. So when your kids are sick, they come and they sit in your lap and you hug them and you know, and then 20 minutes later, they're all better and they leave. It's because you have been the conduit for this healing energy. And so my interpretation of the language of light is that it's codes and frequencies, downloads of information and healing and alignments. And it's also, it actually changes your DNA, your chemical structure. It has the ability to do that. I've been transmitting it consciously since 2017. And in that time, I will facilitate light language galleries, which is sort of like this, a group of people who come together and they receive the codes. And also something that they're calling light language immersion weekends, which is a retreat where we focus on nothing but the language of light and sound healing. And also writing the books. So what I found through all of that is because when we're a channel, a lot of the information that comes through, a lot of the information that we share with people, it's not even coming from us, right? And so every time that I do a gallery, a presentation, a session with someone, or write a book, I'm learning. I'm receiving new information. So thank you for letting me come here and letting me receive new information. So does anybody have any questions so far about the language of light? Do you know where it originated? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would love it if you feel like doing some now.
I am. I love to do language of light. But I want to tell you a story first. So when I was writing the book, I had a lot of questions. My basic personality is that I don't ask questions. I sort of live in faith with God's source. We have that agreement. He says, do this, and I go when and where, and I show up. So I don't ask questions. So it was really hard for me to write a book or give a presentation because people were asking questions and I was going, I don't know, let me ask, you know? And so that's how I learned about it. And so when I was writing the book, I knew that people were going to ask, where did it come from? So I asked the beings. And when I say the beings, a lot of you are familiar with that already. But for those of you who aren't already familiar with it, most of us have a group, a council that we work with. There are helpers, our guides, our ancestors, our other selves, right, that counsel us, protect us. A lot of people, when I talk to them, they will say, oh, Metatron is working with me, or Archangel Michael is working with me, and this is where I'm getting the information from. I'm getting it from the Pleiadians, the Octurians, the Sirians, right? I gave up a long time ago trying to identify who was giving me information because my own personal feeling was it is a collective of beings who are giving me information. They just speak in one voice. And so I just cut to the chase and started calling them the beings, and they seemed to be okay with that. And so I was asking the beings to explain to me where this came from. And the information came from a couple of ways because we don't always hear it. Sometimes they send messengers, right? They send helpers. They'll draw your attention to a book or a movie or a person that will give you the information. And so I have a sister in my community who had been transmitting light language for 20 years and had never told anyone because she was afraid of the judgments. And so we started doing a group together. And the story that she told was that when human beings went into the Tower of Babel, and you probably all know this story, they were all speaking the same language, the language that we call the one source language. And when they came out of the Tower of Babel, they were all speaking different languages. And they went off in different directions. And so the language of light is our language. It's our original one source language. So when I started channeling light language, I would, and if you're not already doing this, my process would be because I'm also a trance medium, so my process has always been to remove my little egoic Patricia self, put her to the side, and then I agree to be a conduit, a channel for the message, whatever the message is. And in doing that, so when I'm transmitting light language, it's like I'm standing to the side hearing myself. So in that way, sometimes I'm listening to myself going, that's a new one. I've never heard that come out of her mouth before, you know. And so we've named them dialects because we don't have another word for it. But there are times when you are speaking light language or you've heard someone else speak light language and they never sound the same, right? And there are times when I'm transmitting light language for a group, moving from one person to the other, and it will sound different to me in my understanding of it. It'll sound different to me going from one person to the next. And so I ask the beings again, why is this? How is this happening? If I'm speaking the channel, if I'm being a channel for the language of light, why is it always different? Am I making this up? And so there was an incident that happened one night. At night, I like to go out and speak to the stars. I think you know about that. And I was just sitting out there speaking to the stars, and this language came out, and it was very slow and methodical, very magical. And I thought, this is cool. I like this one. I want to share this one. And so I ran inside, picked up my phone, came back outside, hit record, and crickets. Nothing happened. And so that's how the being said, guess what, chick, you're not doing anything. You're just being channeled for this. Also, I found that I can't recreate it. So if you are channeling the language of light, you might notice that about yourself, that you hear it as though you're listening to it from the side of yourself. But as I was doing that, I was asking them, why do I sound different from 1 minute to the next, right? And they reminded me that when we went into the Tower of Babel, we were all speaking the same language. When we came out, we were speaking different languages. So all of the languages represent the one source language. And they shared with me that the reason that we don't now speak the complete one source language is because we still cannot hold that frequency, that it is too high, too powerful for our bodies to contain it. And so we still, even when we're channeling what we're calling light language, we're still not channeling the fullness of it. We're only channeling a portion of it. And they said the reason that I sound different is because if I'm channeling for another person, place, or thing, I am entraining myself with that person's energy fields and what they need, what they require. And so when I am transmitting light language, I'm transmitting the part of it that they require. And that's why it sounds different. Does that make sense? Okay, you ready? All right. So one thing that I like to share with people is that the language of light will bring up memories to be released. It'll bring up thoughts, images, memories, pains, emotions that need to be released. So whatever thoughts, feelings, or images come up for you when you're listening, just say release, just let them go. Because if you focus on them, you're holding them into place. Right? Mahonde helai shuunta. Behendi helu babaya nakai eche. Do me endi alahia ate boko. Bobe en tai lai che unto coil in a. Aye meke endi. Ole be ante alo doi baha. Kole be ete ala mahesh el antikia wuma. Ameane ete la yehetai ke ugo. Belo buhetai lahash. Jia miheke el upoiba. Bahendai la wuma kai ebia. O behenti lahatai mukayasha. Show mehendahi alu umbo eti ulai e ke wuma. Amayen ete ala yebo ota. Koba shele utibi into momo atai eke. Because I'm also a medium, a trance channel, I get intuitive messages sometimes when I'm transmitting the language of light, and it's two different streams of energy, because for me there is no translation for the language of light, right? I mean, how can you? There are people who say that they can translate it. I don't claim that, because to me that would be dumbing down the message. It is a stream of pure light. And for me to put my egoic transmission or egoic translation of it, to me feels really wrong. So I don't translate it. I do, however, get sometimes a message or a thought or a feeling. And the feeling for that transmission was that it was coming from the grandmothers. And they wanted you to know they've heard your voices. And they are glad that you're here. So I mentioned that the language of light is transmitted in different ways. And how many of you are writing the codes themselves? Yeah. And what do you feel? What do you feel whenever you're writing the codes? How does that feel to you? Is there a thought, a feeling, an intuition?
Not really. I'm kind of somewhere else and they just start coming through.
Yeah. And what about you, sir?
Need to talk about what about us as a being, because we are a kamakati, which is the multi-soul. If you talk to me as Rod, that's one being. If there are 21 grandmothers and 21 grandfathers come through that speak together in unison as you're talking. So if we say "Kanachit tuan, achit nuan," that's us as a being. Rod is not separate. He is a grandfather too. You need to recognize you are also a grandmother. Why are you talking about you're having an ego? You are connected, part of all. So we don't see that you are, any of us are separate. Separateness is ego. That's where ego comes. Once you let go of that, you can speak the language, you can translate it into English. Correct. It's not, it's dumbing it down. But all these other people need that. They need to hear us speak in English and in our own pure language. If we speak in the pure language, sometimes that will knock people out. So we speak in English, so it dumbs it down so they can accept that transmission from us.
There are different ways to help people, right?
Correct.
There have been many speakers here today so far, and we've got many more to go. And each of them are speaking in English, and each of them are giving that message. My message was not supposed to be in English. My message was supposed to be in the language of light, and it was meant for me not to try to interpret that. They did give me a message recently about the galactic human beings, and that one of my new missions was to remind human beings that they are galactic Earth beings in this current body that they reside in. This third dimensional body is a galactic body, and not to focus so much on the Pleiadians, the Arcturians, although we have that DNA, yeah. But they asked me to speak to people about recognizing the fact that they are a galactic being, that Earth is another planet. And so I don't have all the answers. I'm still receiving. So thank you very much for your feedback. Anyone else?
You said that my shoulders started jerking uncontrollably. I had no control. What was that?
A release, your body releasing, maybe? How does it feel now?
It's fine. As soon as you stop, then it stopped.
Mhm.
You know, but I had no control over it. Just started jerking all over.
Our physical body holds memories, right? And when someone's doing massage for you, they might say, oh, you've got a knot right here. And it's, you know, it's just knots of emotions and stress and tension. And they break that up and you feel better. So frequency breaks up energy as well. And hopefully that's what that was.
Yeah, I think it was healing in some way.
Mhm. Does anybody else have any questions or anything else to share about the language of life?
Just a question about have your being identified themselves any time from the mantis? You received from the mantis being?
I haven't transmitted for the mantises. I have a lot of relatives who do. It's usually the clicks. Is that how you've experienced it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just hoping to hear some more. from
Yeah.
somebody else.
I have not, and again, I'm not in charge of that, right?
Yeah.
But I have not, well, the beings have reminded me I have done it at one point. Okay. But it's not, again, dialect that I normally transmit. Yes, sir.
One thing we forgot to mention, original light language was purely telepathic.
Right.
There was no verbiage. And so like when the men who are great healers, they never speak to me in language, it's always telepathic. So that was original language. And then these other languages came as the vibration came down, as we came down to manifest in the lower dimensions, we started speaking actual language. So that's where all these dialects come from. But if you go back, and even when you're speaking, like you can speak without doing any translation because it is telepathic. And if people can really pick that up, they never need a translation. You know? So it's like, even though we will translate because that's an aid. But ultimately, we want to go back to where it's purely telepathic.
Right.
And if you have difficulty doing telepathy, talk to your dog. You know, dogs are incredibly telepathic.
Yeah.
And so if you can't do it with humans, do it with your dog.
I'm in my work as an intuitive and a medium, I discovered that doing a reading for a dog was no different from doing a reading from a plant, a rock, a human, because we're all consciousness, right? We are at the state of consciousness that we still need entertainment and we still need the spoken word. But I agree, we should be able to telepathically communicate with each other. So whenever you hear the insectoids speak telepathically, how do you receive it? What's your feeling or knowing when you receive it?
Between the heart, it's in the thyroid.
Okay.
So it's between the heart and the body. Because usually they're when they show up, I'm usually in pretty bad shape. So you know, I can't really even, you know, I have to be.
But in your physical body, do you feel it as a sensation or?
Yeah, well, it's just energy of it. You feel the energy, the flow of the energy from it.
Okay,
Because oftentimes what they have to do as healers, they have to first warn you, we're gonna put you in this big green vat of stuff. And you're like, well, it's okay, because that will take all the toxins out and it will repair the heart that you have a big hole. You know, and so there was like, they're, as far as I've seen, they're the greatest healer. I don't know, there may be others, but the Mantis people are incredible people. So it's like, they're scary because they're different. But a lot of what they're doing initially is calming, so that you can
yeah. I also do hypnosis regressions. And just to speak on that, I've worked with some people who have experienced what they identify with as abductions. And it's their memory is usually traumatic, right? And once I regress them and take them back to that point in time, they almost like 99% of the time find out that it wasn't traumatic, but they interpreted it as traumatic because it was unknown and different to them. And one lady in particular had remembered them doing surgery on her. She was really upset about it and feeling violated. And when I took her back to look at that experience, they had removed a tumor from her. And so she was able to look at it differently then. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. One of the things that I've I had to come to terms with is, well, the way that we've been taught as humans is the way that we learn to translate. And when we're listening to it, when we hear these beings talk, it's like hearing a dog bark. Like if we're just listening to the bark, we can't understand the language of a bark until we let go of trying to translate, right, and to really like deep listening, and you can hear you can feel it, hear it, understand it completely. So that's advice for anybody that's that hears the clicks, or you hear what the one that sounds like water, or that real throaty, like reptile sound, anything that is not familiar to you as a human voice, just to stop and just get past your fear, get past your trying to translate or eagerness, and just sit, and eventually it will just translate on its own. Right. It's removing our own filters.
For me, it's living in a life of trust, right? And so when I'm receiving light language, because I'm receiving just like everyone else is, right? It's coming through me. And when I'm receiving, I'm just in trust that this is, it is going to filter in and do whatever it is that I require at that moment, that particular moment, without judging it, without. I wanted to speak for a minute about the symbols that Grandpa Lauren channeled. When I saw them, when I came across this information, was able to understand it for myself, I understood the symbols to be light language, another transmission of light language. And so that helped me. Yeah. So can we do one more transmission? They want to do one more transmission for you. Okay. I need that drum. Will you hand me that drum? So many of you know that sound breaks up energy, right? So that's the reason why I use a drum. A lot of times when I'm doing light language is because I use it in conjunction, and it breaks up the energy. O bihatai eleke a yehema. O be lahatai. She mahade eleke. O bihandai ele we machane ete alaheta. O mehende aleano. Bahande Heli. Mihan Elkai. She'er Ode Maya Chiel Eta. Behend Hole Andayana Maya Hendiki. Gumaya Nayane and Unkoi Bashalayanda. Bomaya Handa and Unkoi Bashe. Ho Mahandaya and Inku Maya Shelian. No Maya Handaya Neki Ungoi Ma. Be Maya Naya no Goyani Mo Umbohendi Indu Numuima Naya no Makai. Bohem Bohoendaya Namaya Neki Hashalia Nama. Release. No me mehendi ugo emaye no amaye she no ma o me anaye ne kopa o me anaye endo ema shane no kode amatea tu me hanchi o ema hashel etuono mumba. Behent ono utakiara vaya she'eli indu ayem and ke ambo and. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Thank you.
We have to do this as we come up because we're letting the camera find us for our online community. So if I look silly every time I walk up here going like this, camera's not looking for me. And other times it won't leave me alone. It kept following me around the room and I'm trying to sneak out so somebody else can get on. It's not recognizing me yet. It is. I'm good. Okay. Thank you, Patty. That was wonderful. That last one, wow. Did anybody else feel like they were in a Tibetan chant with the sound? And I heard extra voices in there as well. And then when she went away, but it was like a gong in the chants. And I was like, oh my gosh, my temple, yay. It's been a while since I've been there. All right, next. We are going to have up the Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull with Bill Homann, if he is available and ready. I know he's available. We'll see if he's ready. Bill is a current guardian of the Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull. Anna is her name. Mitchell-Hedges spent his last 8 years of life being cared for by Anna. Spent her last 8 years. She was the previous owner of the Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull. So her last 8 years, she was, Bill was basically her caretaker. And he and the skull got to know each other very well during this time. She passed away at the age of 100 on April 11th, which was Bill's birthday. It's Bill's desire and hope to carry on the legacy of Anna and her father with the crystal skull. Bill has the same adventurous spirit as F.A. Mitchell-Hedges, his great hero, and Indiana Jones himself. All right, please welcome Bill Homann. He's probably grabbing her now, so we'll give him just a moment.
Okay, this takes just a second to set up. A little more time. Wake him up. Right. It's really interesting working with the skull because he communicates and he's really excited to be here. And what it is it's the connection and the remembrance. And it's what the skull's working on really right now. It's helping people to remember who and what they are. And not as, oh, I'm Bill or Bob or Tom, but our soul, spiritual self, who we are from the Creator, and bringing that forward. It's helping us to realize and wake up with the help of all the different galactic entities and all that are working with us now to come into our God power, that we are the men and women that are God men and women. And so it's really a joy to feel that energy, and the true energy and our true power is this love from the Creator. And what the neat thing about the skull and working with it, it's connected to that universal love. And so while it's here, I have a good feeling it fills the room with it, and it helps us to remember that feeling way back inside of ourselves and bring it forward. So it's a joy to be able to do that. But I've found that as I go around, each one of us is coming together. We're finding our spiritual family, our real roots of who and what we are. And when we come together with these who and what we are, our true power, we become more powerful, and we become more able to say what's in our hearts. Because a lot of times we'd see different things, we'd feel different things, but we keep it to ourselves. But we're starting to be empowered to say, oh, this happened to me, or the light language is working through me. And it's really true communication, like you were saying earlier, is just mind-to-mind communication. And I feel that we're becoming more of the God men and women that we really are. And that's going to make the difference on the future of our world. Because as the Creator beings, we make everything happen around us. We create everything. And in your life, you have a bad day and you're mad. Well, the next day you're probably, especially now when things are happening so fast, that it comes right back on you. So you have to be very careful how you think and control your thoughts, and be able to work positively in your life and with your family and your friends, because we are the Creator beings. And there's a negative force here, but the negative force is here because it's here to help us, to push us out of the sands and into the field to make a difference. As creators, we sit there and watch everybody. He should have done that. He should have done that. Well, nothing gets done. But when we're pushed enough and squeezed enough, we're in the field now, and we're making differences. And we're finding our spiritual family. We're becoming back together. And being with here,
it's a really a blessing and honor to spend this time this weekend with everyone here, because you all are awake to what's happening. And so many people, if you go to different parts of the country, world, or town, or whatever, they're still asleep so much, but people are waking up, and it's really neat to be in a room full of people that are aware and are experiencing things that years ago you wouldn't talk about what you saw or what you felt, but now it's coming out. And I found that when I come out and say what's in my heart, even though it shocks people sometimes or whatever, but it is a start. The seeds that are planted to start changing the world and making a big difference. So that's really what's really neat. And so this one of the things that the skull is pushing. It's saying it's time for joy. It's time for peace. It's time for love. It's time for happiness. It's time for us to focus on that. And as we create, we're going to create a world that is a world that we want for ourselves, our family, our friends, and the world. And can we do it? We're doing it, and it's happening. And it's really exciting. And we're getting help from the dimensional beings. The other side are helping us a lot, but they will give us all the information, and it's up to us to make the difference here. They're not going to come down and save us. They'll give us the information how we can save ourselves, and that's where we're at right now. It's time for us to, stand up and make a difference in the world, which we are doing, and it's really awesome. And we're not alone. It's not just our small group here, but this awakening is happening all over the world. And that's what I'm really seeing as I travel, that different groups are starting to realize, and working with the tie to the earth, the indigenous tie to the earth. It's very important for you and all to bring out that connection between the land, the sea, the animals, and the people. That was the way it was back in the past. That knowledge is there, and it's been beaten out of a lot of us, but it's time to bring that back, because that is the truth. And in getting into your truth and being your truth, there's nothing more powerful than that. And in finding that, it's also your joy. So we're having fun with that. One of the most things I found in saying that's really important and powerful now, because everything we see in other people, this person's this, and this one's this, there's a part of us that's in everything, because we're all connected to the universal mind. We're all in part, we are all one, but we're all individual. So we need to say, when somebody bothers you or something really bothers you, you need to say that I forgive you and I send you this universal love. And just by saying that, if you just close your eyes for a second now and think of somebody that really has kind of made you mad and has hurt you in the past, just say, I forgive you and I send you love. And it's like a big weight off your back, because if you have resentment that way, it's tying them to you. It's not hurting them, but it's hurting you. And as we know that, it's time to now release all those ties and bring back your power and to become all that we can be. And that's what I've been learning and working with the skull. And that's what's given me hope and joy in the future. So we're going to do a meditation in a while. And I do meditations, and I do meditations that are working on healing the planet, healing the people, and working and sending out that universal love. So I hope you'll like it, because that's what we're going to do today in the meditation. And so, but the difference is this: when you have a few people around the skull magnifies that energy. Okay. So instead of 100 people or 50 people, it's like 500 people, 50,000 people. we're sending out the energy. The more you can focus your mind, the more you can set out these good energies, we can really make a difference in the world. So that's kind of what we're doing and what it's all about. So, so she said I have to talk right now, so I'm doing, yeah.
People on Zoom, can they still connect?
Say it again.
The people who are on Zoom, they still connect to the
Oh.
system?
Guess what? Tell them, there's a feeling that you should be feeling in your heart, and they should be feeling it. And we can wake them up a little more and see what you think. So it's, what it does is it brings that energy down, it brings it from the earth, from the mother, and we bring it back. And just let that energy go out to all of them. And a lot of times you'll feel it in your heart, or you feel it in your third eye, but it's fun. And you gotta have fun. So, any other questions before we start our meditation? So, yeah, there's some really beautiful souls here. When I listen to some of the people talking, some of the questions and stuff, it's just kind of blows me away. So, I think this is going to be, it'll be a very powerful, beautiful weekend when we all get together and also, you know, coming to our power and realizing, you know, we come from all different walks of life and everything, but the real essence is what's inside ourself, our soul. And what we're here learning is we're here learning lessons. And, you know, we can take it hard or we can just have fun with it. And let's have some fun. I'm ready for that. So, no questions, huh? Okay, boy, I'm doing good. Huh? How old is the crystal skull? You know, what it is, what makes, you know, there's all different people and they say all kind of things, and you have academia that say that the pyramids are 2,000 years old, and they say this is that. They don't want to really understand. They don't want us to have true history. And the skull is made against the grain, which is pretty much impossible. Because if you try, it's very, very hard, but it's very brittle. And if you tried to do that, it would shatter and wouldn't be here. It has lenses and prisms that are built inside the crystal. It has a 90-degree turn, and that's what helps with the meditation, because it takes you real easy from the 3rd plane up to the 5th plane, and you just do it naturally. It has, with the lenses and the prisms, to be able to do that on the Earth today, they have to go up to the space station, and they have experiments where they're growing crystal and growing them pretty much almost atom by atom until they can shape it exactly the way they want it. It has several prisms. It has lenses. The eyes take you into a different world when you look inside. It has dolphins on the cheekbones. There's the head, the tail, and the fin. And there's, if you catch it light, you can see it. There's one on this side and one on this side. So it's like double dolphins, and the double dolphins are like Lemuria. So that's kind of what the symbol of Lemuria was. And a lot of that stuff is coming out today. If you look in the back of it, it's like a human brain. You can see 2 halves of a human brain. And if you look in the eyes, that's where it takes you into that world of crystal. It's like a crystal palace. So you know, who made it or how it was made. You know, I work with a lot of very special people from all over the world. And what I'm being told and guided and connecting to my inner self, the skull was created in a galaxy that is far away, that we don't even, the planet's not even there anymore. And it was brought here many, many eons ago. And as you follow through people's past lives, people in different parts of the world, you know, if it's in Egypt, it's Tibet and different things, the skull shows up in different part of their literature as being there. So it's been around a long time. And, you know, I am with it because I have connections with it from the past. You know, we're more than a physical body. We're a spirit being, and my soul is connected definitely to the skull. At first, when I took over the job, I didn't realize why I was pulled and pushed that way. But as I've been working with it for the last, Anna passed in 2007. So since then, I've been on my own, not really on my own, because I used to come up and do these talks and I could always feel her and her father behind me watching me. And if I did something wrong, I know they're gonna whack me. So I try to do a really good job. But there's, if you really look, there's people try to say, oh, it's this or that. Show me one bit of proof that anyone could prove where and how it was made and who did it. There's different ones that say it, but when you look at whether they're proof, they don't have any proof, And so the skull is here, and the people that have spiritual connection, especially with the skull, are drawn to it. I don't want, we learned it's not to be a sideshow and bring people to it. It's bringing certain people to it, and they're drawn to connect with the energy and help them, because it mirrors your inner self and it brings out your gifts and abilities that a lot of times have been forgotten by living in this life we live. And you're born, your family is your best teacher. They give you all the mess ups in your life, and now after you leave home, now you have to straighten yourself out. But the thing is, it's the lessons that we learn, and that's what it's all about. The skull works on light and sound and frequency, and that is the key, because they say the skull has this knowledge of the universe has been stored within it. Their legend of there's 13 crystal skulls, and the knowledge they say, that you're talking about 2012 and how things have started to change since then. Well, and when 2012 happened, the Mayan calendar came to an end. Everybody thought it was the end of the world was coming, and people were ready to sell their house and go live in just anything. But the next day, 2012, you got up and the sun was shining, a beautiful day, and you're still there, your body's still there, and you think, nothing happened. But what happened, it was a frequency energy shift that happened on the planet, this helping to come into this higher frequency, bringing us into the fact that we are God, men and women, and breaking the negative that we've had and we've been carrying all this time. And so it's one of the first steps. And then there were steps in 2019. There was the energy that came through there, 21, 22, and now in 23, there was a great stream of energy that came in called like a blue ray that hit the earth in November 4th. There's another one on the 18th and another one on the 25th. So there'd be 3 of them. I'm not sure if this is the last time it's happening, but these are advancement of spiritual growth for humanity. And the people that, are still asleep, they're getting pinged with this stuff, and they're opening up and their vibrations are changing. And a lot of you have been spiritually connected all your life, but you are the light workers. You're the ones that are here to open up and help humanity raise. But there's a lot of people that have been asleep, but this higher energy coming in now. No, I've been goofy as heck since the 4th, but I'm here. But have you felt a difference in the last couple of days? The energy shift. I don't know anybody. It's been pretty intense. So, but so there's so much things are happening. It's like we're going into the ascension, but the ascension is really us taking back our power and becoming the creator beings we are. You can and do and be anything you want. The only thing is we have all these programs that are running inside of our head telling you, oh, you can't do that, or you can't do this. So the skull helps because it gets rid of those programs and help people to become all they can be. And that's the real joy of my job. And with everyone, you came here and you have special gifts. Maybe you can write, maybe you have the light language coming through you. Those are God's gifts that you have, but a lot of you're not always aware of it. But when you come into that awareness, you find there's no greater joy than connecting to who and what you are and bringing that out and helping humanity with a song, with a wisdom words or anything you have that's yours special, because you do have, everyone has it. And when you connect to it, everybody wants to know who and what we are. Who am I? What's my purpose? You just being yourself is your purpose and bringing that out. And then it's like have this picture we're making, and here's your full self. You put them in here. There's a piece there and a piece there, a piece there. And pretty soon it's a beautiful picture, and we're all working together. And that's what it is. It's a matter of us coming together and really realize that we are a family of God, creators working through us. And that's what's so powerful. You know, they say there's 3,000 at least different races in this galaxy alone. And, you know, and then on Earth, you know, what we think, and this has been a program on us trying to separate us, is saying that we're this and that. We are human beings. We're under one race. We are all one. And by separating that and realizing, trying to make you think you're not, we are one race. We are the human beings. And it's time for us to realize we're all brothers and sisters under the higher power. And that's the change. And if we can start opening that up, and you know, we do it in our life, it affects somebody else in their life, and we're like throwing a rock in the pond. You're just going to send out those vibrations, send out that good love, make a difference. I don't know about you, but I'm ready, and I have fun doing it. So I say what I feel, and I found that to be the best thing. And even if it seems a little bit, you know, if I talk to some people, probably if I went down to the Catholic Church and said some of this stuff, they'd probably be ready to lock you up, you know. But this is what's happening. It's the church is here to control people, and we are not. Our church is inside, and we're here to praise and pray together and by ourselves and share that love. So that's what the skull's about. Did I answer your question? Because I got carried away. Yeah.
That was just sitting there about a minute, and I keep feeling this here on this.
Right on that,
and
yeah.
then sometimes it goes down into me. It's just doing it right now.
So
I've never felt that before.
well, you know what it does? It let's say there's a blockage or something. It helps to relieve it, so it starts working.
Whatever it's
So
doing, it's cool.
just let it do it. Yeah. So it does it out of love. So
Yeah.
that's what's so good about it. And it's very subtle. And so if you try to, and you have to think about it this way, it's like energy flowing. And if you take that and you squeeze it, it cuts the energy down. So if you try to control the energy, it shuts down. If you let the energy, then you don't know what it's going to do, but do some really major things. So that's what will happen. And we're going to do a meditation. We're going to send out the energy to the planet, to the world. Then we'll also take time to go into ourselves, because it's time, you know, there's nothing, as long as it's not affecting somebody else, you can create and be anything in your life. And so it's time to look at your life and say, hey, I want this for my family. I want this for my friends. I want to have, you know, whatever it is, there's nothing that you can't have, but it's up to you to realize it and not let anything stop it. So we'll do that in the meditation too, which works out pretty neat, because, hey, it's time to bring our power back, have fun doing it. So any other questions? Is the camera following me? Okay. Okay. So, okay, well, let's do a meditation. And what I want you to do is we're going to start with the breathing. This breathing is really important because it helps connect you with your higher self. And what you want to do is you would concentrate on your crown chakra. And you're going to breathe in on the count of 10. filling your stomach with air. And each time you take a breath, 1, 2, your stomach's getting fuller and fuller. We do all the way up to a count of 10, and you can feel your diaphragm starting to move and be vibrated. Okay, and then as you breathe out through your mouth, you're gonna let the air come out, and then, but you're thinking both times as you breathe in, you're breathing in the breath from the Creator, breathing right into your crown, and you're bringing all that love and energy through you from the Creator. Then you hold it for 10 seconds, and then you bring it out, breathe out through your mouth. And as you breathe out through your mouth, it's still coming out your crown chakra, but you're breathing back all that into the Creator, and He's taking that energy that you're bringing. It's being purified and cleaned and healed, and then you feel the joy. So let's just see how it feels for you. We'll just do 3 breaths to start with, and my advice, if you choose to, is you should try to do this 3 or 4 times a day. It's very simple, but it is a very powerful connection. So as you're breathing in through your nose, fill your stomach with air. Breathing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold your breath. And you can feel it going right up to your heart. Hold it for 10, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then breathing out through your mouth, but feel the energy going out your crown. And feel the Creator accepting everything about you, loving everything about you, and just letting it go. Okay, we'll do 2 more breaths, breathing in. Now do it on your own. We start the meditation and connecting the skull with the other 12 skulls. I connect the skulls now. And asking for guidance and help from all the divine beings that choose to be with us tonight and join us in this meditation. All the galactic warriors of light, the councils, all the divine beings that are with us, be with us now. And there's a circle of light around all of us, and we're in the circle together. Feel the light. Now, as you breathe in, just think about your crown chakra. And just bring in this beautiful light from way high in the sky, way high. As far as you can see, it's coming down, coming down. It's going right down and into your crown chakra, through your body, into the top of the skull, through the skull, down into the earth, deep into the earth. Feel it going down into the earth, down to the center of the earth, touching the heart of the mother. And you have that great love from the mother. She loves you and all of her creation so much. Just feel that love coming back up. It's like a sunset paint, this universal love. It's going into the skull, and the mother and father energy is coming together. Feel it expanding, expanding. As that expand, there's a beam of light to each one of us right in our heart chakra, sending that love and light into us. I'll take that energy and bring it into the earth, and into the crystalline grid of the earth. And it's important to send this love and light that we create together. Send it around the earth. Send it now. And you can do it with your mind. You'll feel it going all over the earth. Send the love, send the light. Going from the North Pole to the South Pole, to the east to the west, surrounding the whole earth with this beautiful diamond light, this beautiful sunset paint, light of the mother. And under each pyramid, and there's a lot of them we know, but there's thousands of pyramids we still haven't found and don't know about. The light goes underneath in those grid lines, and it goes directly underneath, and then there's a beam of light that comes from underneath in the grid lines up to the top, to the capstone, and you see all over the earth our beautiful light that we've been working together, coming out, going high into the sky, high up into the clouds. And now it spreads out, and you have the power. You work together, spread that power around the earth, send that beautiful light around the earth, and feel how much the Creator loves you. Say it, I love you, and it's loving you so much as you do this work. Connecting the joy, the peace, the love. And now, it's all around the earth. It's like rain of all this beautiful light coming down on the earth, touching the souls of every person on all the earth, every part of it. And if you see places where there's disease, or there's hurt, or there's famine, there's war, and there's people that need the light, you are the light worker. Take it. If you feel someone in your family needs it, send it to them, or send it to any place you feel needs this help now. Send it to Israel to save the light and make the peace. Send it. You have the power to do it now. Now we're gonna pull us all back into that circle of light again. Be back into the circle of light together. Now I want you to think about yourself and what you love and what you like and what's important. And start filling your life, filling your world with things that you want, make you happy, with joy. You can do or be anything. Just allow it to come through. And think what the things you want for yourself, your family, your friends, and your work. I'd like to see a place of peace on earth. I'd like to see where we have a place where you have good food, good healthy water for all. A place where it's people learning gifts that they have to bring them out. The power of their minds, their hearts, their soul, and that connection, becoming their full self. That's what I see. But put in your world what you want. Go do it now. Okay, I'm gonna bring us back on the count of 5. Just feel the energy as it starts to flow back into your body. 2. Feel it flowing out your fingertips and toes. You're coming up 3. That's where you fill your heart with that love. It's a part of you. The vibration is with you. Send it out. 4, you're almost back. Now 5 has been counted, and back whenever you're ready. Open your eyes whenever you're ready. So God's love, connection between the other 12 skulls. Open now. Sending much light. Thanks to all of those that have helped us and joined us. Yes. A lot of love. Feel that love. Wow. It's a good feeling. Remember the song, what the world needs now, right? This is now. It's time. So I'll show you something. If you want to try something real quick, close your eyes, put in your third eye. Think about something that you love very much. Someone, something that you love very, very much. Now take that. It's your heart and your mind together what creates. So you move that down into your heart. You fill it, let it fill your heart with that love. Filling your heart with all that love that you felt. And now with your mind and your hand, just send that love towards the skull, into the skull. Send it into the skull. Send it right out there, go right in there. Now, as soon as it goes out, it comes right back at you like a big wave of white sparkling light that's going from your head all the way through your body and every cell of your body. Feel the light going through and dissolving any negative in any cell, any part, all through your body, from your head all the way down. Oh, and feel the joy. Hey, that works pretty good. So anybody with meditation that because what it is, if you say something, there's somebody else that's feeling the same thing and they'll say something and it builds and it helps each other. Because a lot of times you'll feel it and you don't want to say anything because why? Maybe I just felt that. But if you say it, there's usually somebody that you help by saying it. So was there anything that did anybody have anything that came through strong that they'd like to share? Yeah.
What you said happened. Sorry, I'll speak up. When I sent it to the skull, I felt it come back immediately.
Immediately, yes.
Yeah, right in my head. It was like a surprise, like a mirror.
And did it feel like just splash all over you like a bubble of love? Yeah, you said it,
Yeah.
it came right back, yeah.
Sent it out here and it came right back here and then it started to just go down over like a blanket.
Yeah.
You know, what he was saying is when it came out, this is underestimated, it came back at least like a millionfold. It, you know, what sent out, it was a wave that came out.
Yeah, you send out this, but the stream comes back like a tidal wave, yeah. And that's what I feel, yeah. Yeah, please.
Standing back here towards the end, closed my eyes longer, and there were concentric rings that went out from the skull and filled the whole space.
Yeah. And it's what we're doing. We're creating it. We're doing it. So that's what's so cool. And that's why you're doing it. You're having fun. That's pretty neat. So, yeah. Any other questions or anybody else have anything they'd like to add? I think you may feel funny saying it, but it comes out and it helps somebody. Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking that it comes back stronger because we're all putting into it right now. So like I put into it, but I don't just get back my love. I get back everything.
Everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not even just here and now, but like for all time that object's existed.
It's sending it back. Yeah. Yes.
For me, when they speak of light language, for me, rather than translating with my voice or anything like that, I see the energy. And what's so interesting is I see the energy of the skull and you right here in your skull. You have the same energy. It's like so connected. You're so connected with this skull. I see it in you.
And yeah, well, I've been doing it many lifetimes. So yeah, I have that connection and I'm here to share. That's what I'm here for. So thank you for seeing that.
And as you take this around the world and speak to people, rather than going up into ships, I've had ships just come down around me. And I put me in a round flower of bed, kind of med bed type thing. And what they have shown me and is that I can bend crystal and rocks, and I even see letters and symbols in them, and I can even hold the crystal in this hand, another one in this hand, and symbols will start engraving in another crystal. So I really, I don't know anywhere to find out information about it, and I'm just wondering if in your travels you've heard anything about these things.
Well, yeah, give me your name and number. But the thing is, what you are is you're connecting to those past lives where that's where you were working as a priestess. And I would like to do, if I get Kath up here, we've been working out a system of working with the skull. And I like to do that. They say I got time to do it, so I'll show you where we work together, and I am able to remove blockages from people. And the blockages are so important because let's say you were a past life, this happened, or in this life where something happened to you and somebody told you couldn't do this, you couldn't see angels, you couldn't fly, you couldn't do this, and you believed it because they told you you couldn't. And they don't have any power to do it, but since you did believe it, you put the block up. And what's so important is taking away those blocks, clearing it, and seeing how they're really ridiculous, these things that are controlling us when we look at them. So we clear them out, and then when we do that, it's really neat because then the person becomes empowered and they're bringing out all their special gifts, and it's really pretty exciting. So if you like, we'll bring a person up here, and I think since you had the question, well, she just had the question about crystal, and if you'd be open to do it in front of people, because it's usually we like to do it personal, because it sometimes comes back personal, but I think it will be on what you're looking for. In my opinion, if you'd like to try it. Well,
I can say.
huh? Would you like to sit up here and have?
I can say.
I know. Yeah, you consent. Well, then come on
I
up.
can say.
Yeah, we'll get, yeah. Yeah. Now, wait, now let's see. I want you to see if you feel.
You have to. you
Yeah,
have
I
to
will. I'm
turn
gonna
it
put,
around.
yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna have you sit here.
Sit here.
See, I'll sit right here. And if you want to sit on this side, Kat, would you feel better in the back of the audience? Okay.
Yes, he's been-
Said you want to find out about it, right? Your crystal stuff, the energy and where it came from and how you do it. Probably. Well, yes, and you're able to help. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, before we start, does anybody else want to say that came through them? It's might be important for everybody. So, yeah, I want to bring this, yes.
No, I got work to do and you just knocked me out.
I knocked you out.
I'm so tired.
Oh. Yeah.
Thank you. That was beautiful.
Yeah. So. I'll just show you, this it's been working pretty good. Well, that's been years old inside. So here's what we've been working on is move up a little closer.
Well, we never know if this is really gonna work, but.
Yeah, every time it's different.
Every time.
So what it is, I don't do it with the skull. It's the one that does. So I can, like somebody said, oh, can you heal somebody? Well, you know, if it's supposed to, if it does work on your mental, your physical, your spiritual, and your psychic body. Usually when you have a problem in the physical, it's usually from a different body that's causing the problem. Oh, I feel the joy, don't you? A lot of joy there, yeah. But put your hands like this. There's energy coming from different places. This one right here. Still that love. God loves you. That's that love. Put your hands up real wide on the side. A little further. Now there's rings of energy with the skull, and that's why you're sitting probably in a ring of energy. A little bit further back because I want you outside the energy. Now watch how slow I go real slow towards the skull and tell me if when you feel a shift in energy, if you do, just come towards the skull. Changes. You went through it, didn't you? Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, keep coming. You probably hit another one. Keep coming. Keep coming. I'm gonna bring you right here. Move up a little bit. Just relax. Just relax. What I like to do, and it seems to work quite well, is I just work on these little connections and I see that between, it's like, it's not your throat chakra, it's your tongue. And there's energy between your third eye and your tongue. And there's a little blockage in that. So it's getting the connection from the connection to your higher self and then being able to connect your channel. So I'm gonna take that out. Are you okay if I do something and release it?
Yes.
It's okay? Okay, then I'm gonna do it right now. Just relax. Take it right out. Right? The tongue, something in the tongue. Just let it go, let it go. You want to let it go, let it go. Tell me you're letting it go, let it go.
Let it go.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's good.
Absolutely.
Oh, good. Now carrying a weight on your back. It's right between your shoulder blades. And I'm just going to reach around and help you with that. So take it. Take it. And then let it go. So we're just going to do a little bit of work on you. I just want to see if there's a connection that helps you to understand. Oh, feel that? Wow, felt that. Okay, Kath, was there something that you want to?
She's, all right, now, what the skull does is he gives me 1, 2, maybe 3 of your past lifetimes, not all of them, just a few that will help you in this lifetime so you can understand what you're supposed to be doing in this lifetime to bring it all together. And the reason you're feeling so much is because you have worked with the skull before a previous lifetime. And it's in Polynesia. It started, it was Lemuria, that's for sure. But it was in Polynesia, and I think Easter Island. You actually worked in Easter Island, but you were very, very powerful. And whoever was the high priest there, he was very jealous and he would cut out your tongue.
And this is absolutely incredible that you are saying this, because I have felt that.
Really?
Yes, but what I saw was that what he did was wrap 2 black snakes around me to try and
Stop
my
it.
voice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
but
but they cut out your tongue.
It's time, but now then something from the past.
Yeah, now that was on,
That's
that's
what went away. That's what
that's
went
that's
away
on
now.
Easter
So
Island.
that's not in your life now, that's past.
So,
This is
so
new.
that's what, so
That's what you do. You just,
we're getting
you
rid of
wanted to
that.
let go of it. You told me you wanted to get rid of it.
I do. Absolutely 100%.
So go to her throat chakra,
Okay.
pull a snake out.
Okay. We don't want it. You don't want it, do you?
Energetically.
Okay, so here, just take it and now it's gonna
Is that-
unwind. Is he around this side? Oh, let's get this, and it goes in the light, send it light, there we go. Oh, there, good. And there's just a little bit more. It's right there on the side. Throat on the left side. Since we're doing it, let's get it all. Right side too, let's get it.
He was the first one he drew here.
Yeah.
Well, this,
See, the skull draws people.
you were the first one he wanted to
We're
see.
not here to do a sideshow, but we're here because certain people are meeting with us.
That he
And
wants to see.
He wants to see. It's I got the job. I take it around.
Such a deep level night into and have so much on it.
Well, honor for you, and because of your gifts that you have, and you are connecting more powerfully with them, and you're gonna see it differently where you can use your gifts to help mankind right now. And that's sure fun, isn't it? There's nothing better than that. Yeah.
There is. There is.
Is there something else you want to tell her?
Does a lifetime as a mermaid. And you lived in an underwater city.
Love planting crystals in water.
There you go. That's what it was. It was a crystal city under the water. It is beautiful. Silken gown that you had on, a whole lot of gold on. And that was underwater, believe it or not. Yeah,
Okay.
it's very
We'll
watery.
give her, do you have one more or no? Anything else? Knock it down. Okay, take it like this, pull it towards your heart. Pull the energy towards your heart. You create this energy. Come back around again. Pull again. Bring it around. Feel the love. Feel the love. Wow. In your heart, on the really side. Oh,
That's it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Share that. You have gifts you can really. What's next, right? Always say, you haven't seen nothing yet. So. Okay. Well.
That's it.
Not right now. Yeah. That was just, we're working with it. It works out really good. It's really a neat how it helps people. So that's, so what you do is you find your gift and bring it out. And I've been, hey, if I find something better, I'll be doing it tomorrow. But until then, I'm sharing the love this way. So, yeah. Anything that you experienced that you'd like to share? Yeah.
Here's a question from someone who Zoom.
Okay.
They said, what is the significance or symbolism of the crystal skull?
Okay. Well, you know,
They see
if
them
you were
everywhere.
a civilization, advanced civilization, and you wanted to leave a knowledge to the future generations, you would put it in something that would be feared or loved very much. So it would be taken care of. If you put it in a bunch of paper, it'd probably get all messed up. Put it, so much stuff has been lost. But with the crystal skull, you see it, it has a lot of beauty to it. And it's protected. So the knowledge is passed on, and it comes out with light, sound, and frequency. And so as we are coming forward in our evolution of knowledge in the world, we are going so fast, they're going to be coming to a point where they're starting to see how you can take knowledge and put it on crystal in light beams, and it stores it inside the crystal, and they're able to pull it out. The crystal is piezoelectric quartz. It's the same kind of quartz that computer chips are made out of. So it's like a major chip. And it also, when we did testing on it with a spectrometer, they found out, and they didn't want to talk about it, but it has element 77, iridium, inside the crystal. And so iridium is it comes from meteorites from outer space. So you probably have some iridium down your way. Thomas, no, oh yeah. So but it's so that I think that should answer it more.
And I have a personal question.
Okay.
So during the clearing, I felt the serpent being moved from her. So because I also felt it, does that mean that
No,
a collective,
no, what, a collective one?
like it?
Yeah,
did
if you
we
had
all
something, yeah, you
experience this
you
like?
could have been, yeah, and what I did with it, you saw that I took it and I
Yeah.
threw it in the light, and light dissolved it. And if you really looked at it when it's going in the light, you'll see all kind of faces and bodies and different things from the energy that was stored on that snake, you know? Because when they created it, whoever did it, when you put them in the light, it's like putting them a mirror in front of them, you know, shows who did it. Who did it? So, yeah, so that's a possibility. We'd have to talk a little more about it to really know for sure, but. Yeah.
I thought her voice sounded different after you removed it.
Yeah, I think she'll, in her dreams and stuff, things will start really, yes, because she has that, all of you here have, you have these gifts that you have. And it's really neat. And they're coming together and we're starting to know our gifts and connecting with the entities on the other side are really our family. And they're working with us. And we were doing that meditation. Did you feel all their love coming through and appreciation for what we were doing? And you all were sending out a lot of love to the world. And that was really, I thank you all. And thank you, everyone. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, much love. Any questions? I'll be here tomorrow talking too.
All right. Oh, yeah. We're just getting started. Warmed up.
Yeah, I like to talk, so I guess. Look out.
Is it possible to get a picture with? Is it?
Tomorrow? Yeah. Here, hours and hours.
Yeah.
Are these your glasses?
Can't tell you, they've been around. Thank you.
We're going to have our closing drum, the Rising Hail Singers. They'll just take a moment to get set up. Then I'm going to let him look at the camera. And we'll be ready to rock and roll. Native style. All right, Jen.
How do you move this now? I need to move it anyways. Right now, it's been on kind of on still because everybody, and so it's been working out for me. But hold on, let me. Oh, I just need to say my face. So I just lower it to them. I think it's broken. Here, I'll let you. I don't know which.
Like to say good evening to each and every one that has come this evening. My name is Alan Hare. I'm a member of the Yankton Sioux tribe right here. I live in Marty. It's about maybe 15 miles from here. I live out in the rural area. And tonight I've been asked to come and bring some of our music or songs to the conference. And I was talking with the singers and was kind of wondering what kind of songs to sing. How to put the people, how to make them feel good. And having a good day. I know the knowledge and the information that was given and all that was pretty good today. So we want to keep that feeling going. So what we like to do, first of all, we like to offer a prayer with our song. We're going to offer sing a prayer song to begin this evening. And glad to be here. Years ago, we were asked to go to Sedona, Arizona for this kind of conference. And we traveled a long way to sing for Lauren and his family that time. And then in Colorado, went to Colorado also to sing it. And this will be our third time coming to the conference here. And got a little bit older, but our songs are there. And so these are my boys, my sons, Pete, Wes, and little Pete, my grandson. So, the ideal for us as getting older and everything is to pass these songs on, to keep our songs alive, especially those, our spiritual music, the songs that we have in those special times that they are needed. And I learned from a lot of singers, different songs, and I had a lot of teachers. But I just want to mention one that really, made a difference in my life as a singer. And he was an elderly man and come from Cheyenne River. His name was Pat Crow, well-known singer. He knew all the old songs, a very champion dancer in the arena. He was a champion dancer. And, the songs that he taught us, and, I don't speak in my language, but I know the songs and I know what they mean. I know when to sing them and how to sing them, because we're not supposed to change the songs in any way in our way of life. And the very, what do you call it? Spiritual, every song, even at powwows, you go to powwows, they have intertribal, but them songs have a rhythm to them. They have music to them, and they're meant to help those that cannot dance, to make them feel good, and those that can dance, to dance for them. That the feelings, some of the feelings that we express with our songs. These songs are given to our people for strength, for a lot of prayer songs for understanding, a lot of prayer songs for wisdom, all these things that that are taught to us as young men and young women. And then as we get older, I'm kind of getting up there, and a lot of the things that I taught that was given to me, I try to teach them, especially some of our songs and our spiritual way of life, good way of life. So I'm gonna ask our singers at this time, we're gonna sit down, we're gonna like to sing a prayer song to open up our presentation.
Thank you, singers, for a nice song. You know, these songs that we receive, the songs that we know and that understand and that are given to the singers, some of them are real old, so to speak. I mean, like when we sing for veterans, we were honored to sing for the last World War II veteran that we had on the reservation, a few times, and then it always made the song that was given to the drum, and they sing that World War II veteran song and stuff. And it really, it's a really an honor. I'm speaking from a singer's standpoint, of how we feel, and how things, we want people and to kind of understand our songs more, understand that these songs, each one, even these intertribals without words, are powerful. Especially, I know from experience, and I speak from experience, and the songs, the prayer songs, those songs that we sing at the Sundance, or the ones we sing inside the sweat lodge, them songs, how powerful they are, and healing. The healing songs that they're sung are powerful, and from experience, I can tell you, they work.
they work. So there's a lot of power in these songs. And we're always told as singers, you know, there be nothing, no ceremonies, no celebrations without songs, without the singers. When you kind of think about it, there's not very men that are chosen to be singers of our for our people and to carry them songs. It's special. I'm glad that Wakantanka made it possible for me to be able to remember songs and to sing songs, even though I don't speak that language, you know. And not hard, but it's a good feeling. Makes you feel good when you see people dancing to your songs, you know, and makes you, appreciate it. That, you know, they're out there dancing for someone, making everybody feel good. So that's, that's just what I know from singing, and I can talk all night on songs and different things that, we experience as singers. But I want to sing, we want to sing some more songs for you. And we're thinking about the occasion and how Lord lived his life and how, he affected us, our family, our way of life, and, some of the songs. So we'd like to pay tribute to him tonight, if it's okay, with some Sundance songs. So it's all right with the family, because these songs are very special. That song only at certain times, but we want to honor Lauren tonight with the songs and his, memories and the things you've done out in that circle. So we'd like to sing a series of Sundance songs. So if anybody wants to come up and join in, if you know these songs, come on in, come on up, sing with the singers. One of our singers came late, so we've got to do that all over again. Oh, I can say that. Okay, I just wanna say thank you to our singers for singing them songs for in memory of Lord. So, we'd like to, maybe sing a couple more songs for you. Maybe a power song, veteran song, it's been Veterans Day, coming up here tomorrow. And, today, we sang at the high school for veterans, they had a good presentation over there. So we've been pretty busy. And then we just come from one of our relatives, he passed away. So we was over there singing for him before we come over here. So we've been, like I say, we've been busy all day today, so. Well, we'd like to sing maybe a good power song for you, and if you guys want to dance. That's it. Like all you fancy dancers back there. Anyway, I'm glad it kind of picked our spirits up a little bit. Maybe people don't want to dance. But we'd like to kind of conclude this evening honoring our veterans. We'd like to sing a flag song and also a veteran song. And this being Veterans Day and all those that have lost their lives, protecting us, taking care of us, making sure that we're here today. You know, myself, I'm not a veteran, but my father was. In World War II, him and four of my uncles signed up. And one of my brothers and some of my relatives, they went to Korea. Then I have a brother and more relatives, they went to Vietnam. So, you know, we like to pay respect and honor to them, all those that have served now and those that are still serving. Especially, you know, like to maybe remember our relatives are kind of suffering over there in Israel and Palestine in that area, you know, they're fighting over there. A lot of people dying, you know, very sad to see. You know, they're kind of like Indians in a way. Yeah. But we like to finish up this evening. We'll sing a flag song and then a veteran song. I want to say thank you to Nikki and all those that put this together for the invite. Thank you again for letting us come and share our songs, our thoughts, and some of the things that we understand as singers. As they always say we can't live our own lives when we're singers. We belong to the people. When we're asked to sing, to go and we help them with our song. So with that, I'd like to say again, thank you to all of you, every one of you, and have a good evening. Thank you.
If anyone would like to make an offering for our drummers travel, we can put it on the drum up here. And we thank you. We do have some water in the back and coffee if anybody is not aware of that. We have our vendors who, please check out all of the vendors, all of their tables, all of the many items. So much to choose from. Support them. And we will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Let's see, was there anything else? Eddie has just said he's going to make a vegan soup tomorrow and a buffalo soup so that after our lunches and stuff, if anybody's hungry throughout the day, they can still get something to eat. And he's not going to be charging for that. That's just an offering from his heart to yours. He does have a vending table up here in the corner. Terry Rivera and Thomas Johnson, who you heard speak, have this table here in the center. Patty Wells, who was the light language, she has the table here. Grandmother Silver Star has a red napkin on or tablecloth on her table, and she will have the Star Knowledge calendars tomorrow. Nikki has the first table coming in the door, and you can support her. Support Chief by a sweatshirt. They're 40 and 50, depending on size. In the center, Anthony Rodriguez, he's got the drums and some turtle rattles that I can see from here. And Patty Tate, she's got quite a bit of offerings at her table as well. Have a look around. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8:30 with breakfast, and our first presenter will be at 9. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
It's a beautiful first day. Yeah, this one thing is it following them? It's following him. No, that's okay, but I just, yeah. But no, you didn't read it wrong. Okay, because it's on the program as well. Yeah, well, that was brilliant. Your first channeling or transmission. Oh, it's on you. It's on you. It's not on me. Hawaiian Pacific Islands. And the other one was right back there. That was always. Yeah, and I don't know that anybody else felt it. I go, Nikki. It's like I enjoyed that. I received too. Yeah, I love them. Yeah, well, actually, I do like them. So my niece. Okay. Who's that? I sent you. Oh, she's right there. Yeah, it's not in the. Yeah. So she's in the and she's making a film based on my work for Black. Good to be here tomorrow, right? Named it after my book. I like to have parties. If you have, we're inviting other. Can I go to sweat lodges now? Big part of it. That's right. Oh, I've got it. And so did you? Yeah, she does. She has you some recognition, and then she does. Really? Because I was in sweat lodge. Do you lose weight? Do you lose weight when you go in there? No. No. Depends what you eat, right? Okay. Right. You have a good night. Good night. So my first book on white language, I wrote because I wanted to just my understanding or understanding. So that's what we're trying to do. It's not just about me. We want everybody that has to be. Yeah. Coming out of all. Yeah. So whenever you're ready, I know whenever you're ready. Tomorrow. Sunday. I told them they can't do that because they're their own sub community, so.